with another live stream, and I'm finally going to get back to work on my HP server. Just forgot the numbers of it. Let me check my audio. See, I've got my live stream up on the laptop there, and I need to make sure the audio works. Okay. No, yeah, I'm going to leave it. I'll try leaving it on for a while, just the the video preview. The laptop, after the last update with Firefox, the laptop can't keep up with the whatever they put in it. It's gotten a little more, using more resources, just like always with software and operating systems. Although Linux is, again, I run Linux, Fedora Linux, way better than Linux. Fedora and Debian are way better than Windows. Debian's better at not using using less resources than Fedora even. But I like Fedora better, so that's what I learned on starting in 2005. So that's what I like to use when I can, the machines that can handle it. So anyway, this machine will handle it. The server will be let's see. Okay, yeah. If I want to show the server, I'll have to do this. Get on the desktop and open the. I've got, well, of course, one camera's outside, and the other one I haven't put it up yet, so I've got it set up in here tonight to show my workspace. Let's see. I want to start out like that. I think I might. I'll use the camera over there to. The 4K camera to show when I actually get to doing stuff. But while I'm getting started here, I think that's good to be able to see the whole area. I can't run this very long. It uses too many resources. And the laptop, speaking of, it's already getting warmed up and the fan's going nuts. So I'm going to close the web browser until I need to feel like I need to check again. So I think I'll go ahead and do desktop in 4K. Yeah, and then get back over there on that. So you should be seeing, make double sure, desktop 4K. Okay. Now, because I can't tell what you're seeing since I closed it up there. But, let's see. Well, I got to go back to, OBS so when I switch, I know whether or not I got to switch mics to get up. I can't, the SM58's not gonna let me go over there. It won't go over there. I mean, it will actually go over there, but if I'm sitting in just like one spot over there. But anyway, I have done it, but it's not as nice as being able to move around, So let me get over here. HP DL380, I believe. Probably says it right on the front. Let's see. My cable's moved on me. Okay. I think I'll put this back here to kind of help keep that cable. I know what's on here. It's small and I can't read it. I want to get it in my head so that when I want to say it, I'll be able to. So, yeah, here on the front, you got HP ProLiant DL380 G7. That's what I needed to hold. It's got 8 hard drives, and I messed around with trying to get into the ILO the last few videos I did on it, and I never did get in there. So learning curve. This is my first real server. I've been running servers on desktops, and actually that laptop up there that I'm running my website server on it, and it stays running all the time. I don't really like running the laptop for a server because they're not meant for that, being running all the time, and it's hard on them. I already had one that I think the power supply went bad is what I think went wrong. I ran it for probably a year, maybe more. But anyway, let me get and the desktops make too much. I've got several of them out in the garage that would do fine. I've ran them as servers. I have an old IBM I ran for 3 or 4 years, And there's one, I don't think, yeah, you can kind of see under my desk. Maybe if I turn the, no, that makes it worse. You can't really, there's a little white spot at the front of the seat of my chair. That is an old Dell Pentium 3 that I ran as my first server for years. I'm going to say 5 years. Until it got, well, when it would, the cool thing about a desktop, they're actually good for servers in a lot of ways, because when you don't need enterprise type server just for your own home stuff, because you can set them to automatically turn back on if the power goes out. And I don't have any backup batteries in here or anything, you know, and if the power goes out, then they'll just come back on when the power comes up. And it wouldn't do any good for it to keep running anyway, because the internet's going to be down, you know, without power. Since I don't have any, even if I had my stuff all back, I don't know which way to look. Even if I have my stuff all backed up and running, then the power would be down to the coming to us, you know, from the cable company, because they need a. It's not like the telephone, you know, the wired telephone lines. They were, just because your power's out, don't mean they won't work. As long as the wires aren't down, they'll keep working. But our particular, I guess they do that in pretty much. They have a junction box down the street, and it uses AC power. And so when the power's out on that area, you know, on that side of the street, then no internet. So anyway, I'm getting this out because, let's put it down here for now, my multimeter, because I want to test some of what I got here. And I want to turn this, doesn't want to stay where I put it. Let's see what I can do with that. That's worse instead of better. How come it's so loose? Oh yeah, it won't tighten up. You can get it tight for a little while and then it gets loose again. Oh, okay, the only thing I've got to see where I'm aiming is the screen on here, because I can't look at the OBS. Oh, I forgot to move the, that is not going to work. It's usually not that loose. Didn't realize it had gotten loose. Okay, well, this here will suffice, I think. Yeah, there we go. Lay something on that cable and then it will stay where I put it. Okay, I forgot to move this table out some so that you can see the back end. I think that's about right. Yeah. See the back end of the, there we go. Now, that is where I'm going to be doing my thing. Well, sort of. Once I get going, I'm not going to be able to explain. I can't think straight these days very well, but I think I know what I want to do, and then when I start doing it, I'll be able to. I'm going to go. Let me see how my video looks on my stream. I don't want to be going on and find out that it's not working. So I'll get up here and boy, those screens are a little washed out in the big camera, surveillance camera. That's a 110-degree angle surveillance camera that I've got. It's really a wide angle. Okay, so yeah, we're seeing what we should be seeing. Now, okay, so as long as that part's working, I'm good. And if that, I don't know how long I'll be able to hear that machine. If it starts making noise, I'll know I gotta quit using it. Okay. So what I got here is a brand new Radeon RX-570, 8 gigabyte of memory, I don't know which one to put it on, really. Video card that I'm going to put in it. And I decided this came with 460. It's it's a used server, if you didn't already know that. And I got it for just like $297 or something with shipping on Amazon. And then don't ever reshop. A month or so ago, I was always when I was looking for this video card, I saw this same server again for $250, from $49 or something, free shipping. I almost bought another one. I thought, I don't need another one. I haven't even got this one running. And then in a few hours or the next day, it was, raised the price back up. Okay, so I got this adapter cable to go from the 10-pin on the server, 10-pin power connector on the server motherboard to the, I can't get in the right place, to the power of the video card. It needs, I forgot what it needs now. The previous videos goes into all those details. So it needs, 150 watts. It has to have 150 watts to run. Well, I'm sure that's the max that it uses, but you need 150 watts. And these are 460 watts, but they don't, at first I thought these are the power supplies. There's two. They're redundant, and that's what I thought. They were only redundant because a lot of them. What I've been learning about servers for the last several years, watching videos by Morton, the server guy. His channel's called My Playhouse. He's really fun to watch and really knowledgeable. Anyway, I thought, well, he mostly does IBMs, but he does have a G6, one of these that's a G6. But he hasn't made as many videos on it because he likes the IBMs. But these power supplies, these server power supplies in the spec, the documentation from HP says that they will actually put out 460 watts all the time, not like a desktop power supply. We usually put out 50, even 100 watts less than what they say they're rated to, as far as all the time. And so I worried about that. So, but I worried I was too close, and I was afraid if I got that thing working hard, like one of the reasons I wanted to have this set up is so that I could edit videos. I don't play games or anything like that. But I'm always used to my cameras being the other way. I'm keep on turning towards my screen instead of. So and this is. I got two of these for $28. They're used. They are 750 watt power supplies for this server. So I'm going to be putting those in, but first I thought I'd do something I haven't done, and that's try swapping these out. There's some settings that I saw in the BIOS of this machine that if I understood them right, you can actually tell it to just be redundant, or have them share the load and be redundant. But if one of them goes down, it'll just go back to running one. But the setting were set to redundant, I think, and I left it. I wanted to read up on it and make sure I knew what the heck it really meant, because a lot of this stuff with servers don't mean what you think it does, because you don't know when you're new to it, like me, you don't know even though I've done a little bit of studying, but mostly watching videos for the last several years. And I forgot to get out my cables for this thing. They're all under the bed here. So I need to get them out. That's why that thing was pulling so hard. It's got a kind of a twisted spot. I thought that it doesn't usually do that. That power. That's the USB cable going to my computer. That's how I'm getting the picture into the computer, and powers. I believe it also powers the camera at the same time. Yeah, I need two Ethernet cables. I'm going to plug, one's for ILO and one's for Ethernet, but and two power cables, and they're all here ready to plug in. So I'm going to turn it on first, and then make sure everything is still good like it was the last time I had it on, and then I will
swap these out. I was thinking, well, should I do a hot swap? But I don't know if I'll do that. Oh, I forgot another thing I need to do. I wanted to, when I turned it on, I thought, well, I want it to boot to something, so I downloaded Fedora 32 is what I'm going to be running on it, Fedora Linux. I downloaded it, but I didn't put it on the USB stick yet. So I thought I would show doing that anyway. A lot of people, you know, don't know how to do that stuff and want to learn to do it. I've done it in other videos, but over the years, but they're pretty old videos. And sometimes they change some things about how things work. And usually, when I think, oh, I got it all figured out, just going to be a quick thing, I have to figure out what's different, you know. And so sometimes it turns out to be a learning experience for me too. So I want to put this in port 1. There's 4 Ethernet ports. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. ILO, and then 3 and 4. So I'm going to put it in. Yeah, that power's in the way of doing that. There we go. Okay, make sure those seem to be plugged in good. That made something kind of spin up for a little bit. Let me back it down. Got my cable for my mic hung on there. Okay. Yeah. Now this other one is going to be for the ILO. And I don't plan on even messing with the ILO tonight because I have not figured out how to connect to it yet. But I might as well have it hooked up. Okay. That one actually doesn't have a clip, but it stays in a lot unless you yank on it pretty hard. This one does. It's also a Cat 5, and this other one is a Cat 6. And I do have gigabit Ethernet. Well, you know, the Cat 5 cables, I saw a really interesting video a year or two ago where a guy did some, you know, tests. He had a way to do speed tests on his home network. And he was getting, I'd say, about 80% of the gigabit speeds out of Cat 5 cables, because he was like, do I really have to run all new cables now? You know, same thing I was thinking. I mean, well, still most everything, I've only got 2 laptops and these phones that have Wi-Fi. Well, this camera does, but I haven't been able to hook it. The app that came, you know, that the manufacturer said to use won't work on all 3 of my phones are identical Alcatel A845L phones. I got 3 of them. I'm using them for cameras is what I do. And then there's a tablet I have in there that I got from my mom. It won't work on that either. It also has terrible reviews, and I've looked and looked to try to find another app and haven't found one. I spent like 3 or 4 days, all day, different times. Wasted time this last week doing that. You think, well, I'll just go ahead and get that working and it'll really help, you know, with the videos and stuff. And then I can't get it working. Okay, so what I just realized is I could go ahead. Yeah, let's go ahead. I need to give I'm pretty sure I need to give I think the back of the chair just hit that camera and moved it. Dang it. I had it setting, this one here, setting a little, that's the one aiming at the screen for later when I can't do, you know, I can't do desktop video of the server. I don't have a way to do that until I get an operating system on it. So I just have to point a camera at the screen. So that's what that's for. But anyway, I'm going to see. I need to stay on the desktop. Well, let's switch to all desktop all the time for right now, because I just realized I need to. Let's go to the. All right, because it sounds better, and that'll give this thing a chance to kind of clean out its RAM from that running. And this is my Fedora 32. I downloaded. I like Mate Desktop. I don't like Genome 3. I love Genome 2, and that's what Mate is.
fork of Genome 2, and then I like the server net install. There's a lot of features that you can do with it. For one thing, you can do you can actually type some things in, and when stop it when it's booting and type in I forgot the command. Well, they are kind of commands. Type them in the boot terminal window, and it will serve up a remote desktop, and then you can connect to it, and you can show the whole install that way. Only thing is you got to wait for it to download. I'm talking about this one here, Fedora net install. You got to wait for it to download everything. It's about 20-30 minutes. It's not too bad. And Mate will, it's all everything you need to get it. Of course, it's going to need updates when you get it after you get it installed. But it's got 1.9 gigabyte. It's a whole system. It's everything for Fedora wise. Not everything that I want, but there's checksums. I already checked them, make sure their files were good, and I don't know if I may not go into that right now. I've done other videos with that. Okay, so I'm on the desktop, and what I need to do is I need Fedora Media Writer. And I think now that I've got back over here, let's just check it on this machine this time. I'll get that opening up. It's going to probably be slower, but did I ever switch? Yeah, I switched to desktop. Okay. Make sure everything's good with the stream. Now, I used to be able to just leave that laptop playing the preview of the stream time, and I could just turn it good with the yeah, there we go. And I could just turn the I was thinking maybe I could go to the Fedora. Yeah, I do want to go to the Fedora site. Figure out where I want to go. Yeah, there. It's not Fedora.org. It's getfedora.org. I guess someone else had get Fedora. This is where you get Fedora. The workstation will give you the Genome 3 desktop. The server, if you just click on those, you'll get the default version. But if you go to, and they've got some other, this is some of the newest stuff they've got going. I haven't tried out any of this, so I can't say anything about it. And the spins, that's where you go to get the Mate desktop. The labs is where it's got things like specialized things, alternate downloads like other. I'll go ahead and just open those pages up. So see, you got KDE, you got XFCE, LXQT, Mate, that's the one I've got. Cinnamon desktop, LXDE, that's a fast desktop, low overhead. Like if you wanted to put Fedora, actually Mate's pretty lightweight now, but I imagine LXDE is still a bit lighter. It just doesn't have all the features that Mate has. SOAS says Discover, Reflect, Share, Learn. That might be the one that's kind of supposed to be for kids. I'm not sure. There's one that was supposed to be for kids, and I tried it on a live system once, and I wasn't interested in it at all. And then they have a specialized for different purposes like astronomy, comp neuro. So it's go ahead and installs tools. Every time I do that, you can't read it. Tools, I like to point to stuff, and when you do it, it makes things go wonky. I mean, that's their effects. They think it's cool, but anyway, neuroscience, of course, for space. Design suite for mostly creative tools. It has some video stuff in there, I think, but mostly I think it's about graphic images and stuff. Games, yeah, they used to be called Fedora Game Edition or something, or that's what it's called, games. Jam, now that's audio video. And teach Python class. That's pretty cool if you want to get into programming. Python's what, like if you look at Google, especially, they recommend, what's the name of that? They have that online school. they recommend starting with Python. And I did, actually, when it first came out, that school, I did take a Python class, and I also tried to take how to build a self-driving car. I think it was just 2 classes at once, and they said that that self-driving car class, it was way, way over my head. It was into serious machine learning and robotics and stuff that I don't know anything about. And Python, I had played with it before, and I was passing the class, but it was moving really, really fast, and I ended up just not finishing it because I was just having to look up every answer on the internet. It told you to do that. They said you'll learn that way, but I couldn't go as fast. You had to go really fast. I think they changed it now, and you can do it at your own pace. But it's a pretty cool thing. What's the security lab? That's all penetration testing, and it's just everything under the sun. Most of it is command line stuff, and I don't do well in the command line. My eyes swap letters and numbers, so I played with it a lot. But robotics suite, that'd be pretty cool. I've always, of course, everybody kind of thinks robots are cool, but learning to work on them, that's a pretty serious deal. Alternative downloads, BitTorrent, different architectures, cloud-based images, everything. Testing images, the newest stuff, Rawhide. Those are the newest things that aren't ready for prime time yet. You want to help test. Let's see, I was trying to... choose from thousands of packages. I guess you could do that as you install it. What I've learned over the years, they have what they call group installs, and you can go to there's this real good article I found a few years ago when I saved the instructions, and I make group installs. I still have some group install scripts, but I got a little install happy the last time and put stuff on this machine that I'm on right now that it hangs the boot up and makes it last about a minute to boot up, and I never did. I tried to fix it, but I couldn't. I kept thinking, well, I'll just reformat it, and I still haven't done it yet. But I'm going to get this server up and going, then I will be free to do that and not be without a machine, So there is a couple of things. Oops, what did I just do? I meant to hit Control something, and I hit that and got the developer thing. Control O. I was trying to hit Control O for the desktop. Okay. Fedora 32. Oh, I want the downloads folder. That's where everything is. There's desktop Fedora. I've already been to those places, and where is it? Oh, it's below that. I didn't realize there was any more below that. Okay, so the architectures, yeah, that is all about ARM. That's the documentation. And there's mate. One of these goes straight to a download, I think. And there's here is where you'll be getting the instructions on, and see all the instructions if you need them. Downloading, using, installing. Somewhere there's going to be. That's regular make compiz for 64-bit PC, and then there's ARM, and Fedora server. Anyway, you have to. They don't have all the pages are laid out a little bit different, but you've got to also, if you need to check your image, make sure it's not been corrupted somehow. It'll tell you how to do that. There you go. Verify your download. You just copy and paste these commands, but you have to first download the checksum file. And finding it, sometimes I went in circles yesterday finding the one for the server. Where was it? There they are right there. There's the checksums right there. So I think this might, is this the server? Not even sure which one that I clicked on. Yeah, I was on the server, so I clicked right there, and that was hiding down in there. That's how come it's not hard to find if you read everything, but to me it was hiding. I didn't see it. When that's the one that goes straight to downloading, I think. Oh, that's the checksum for the server. I went ahead and saved that. I am on the desktop, aren't I? Yeah. and the architectures. Oh, I guess I could show. Yeah, see now those are ARM, and you got server and workstation, minimal, everything. That's kind of a new one. I haven't tried that everything one. And be a big, 552 megabyte. I guess must be a net install, like the server net install. That would be cool. I would like that. Let's see, and Power PC. I've never. Yeah, Power PC architecture, I think is what they call that. PPC. I've never had a machine like that. I don't even know what they look like. If it's a big old server or it says IBM Power Systems, I might be a server. Then S390X architecture. IBM Z Systems. Now that's servers. I know that. Okay, so yeah, there's a bunch. I don't ever go that long on a page, but there's a bunch of links. You know, most websites have put their navigation at the top, and they put it at the bottom. So half the time I don't remember that's where it is. Alternative downloads. Yeah, I already went to that page. Experts only. Okay. And then ARM and IoT. ARM is, your phones are ARM processors. If you're familiar with Raspberry Pi and other I think they call them SBCs, experimental boards, you know, what they used to call them. Anyway, ARM servers. They won't run on the Raspberry. I have this second Raspberry Pi that came out, the B, and it won't run on that. It's got to have like, I think it's only the newest last couple of versions they came out with that it'll run on. And ARM again, ARM Labs. But it'll run on a lot of different things. I'd actually, I think there's one that might run on one of my. I've been wanting to, ever since I got those phones, I've been wanting to try running real Linux on it instead. I don't really like the Android operating system's okay. It's the ecosystem on the Google Play that I can't stand, and all the way the way it's done, trying to find anything, all of the advertisements and using up all your RAM and your processing power for them, you know, on all these apps. It's like Windows shareware gone nuts, you know. I've always loved trying out software, and I started out. Well, the first machine I ever learned anything on was Windows 3.1 back in 92 or so. Then I really didn't get into computers until 98, and we had for a couple of 3 years I was using a different Windows 3.1 machine, and then we got 98, and then I built an XP machine, a Pentium 4, and it went on and on. But cloud-based images. I don't really know what Vagrant is. It's something that they've got going. And Vagrant boxes. Yeah, this is all. I think it's. If I'd read. Yeah, it's okay. VirtualBox I use all the time. Wherever it is, it's up here. I've been using that for years. Oracle VirtualBox. So yeah, okay, it's a virtual, and KVM, that's one of their virtual systems they came up with. And they keep changing names of stuff, and if you're using Vagrant on Fedora, use the libvirt KVM image. Oh, okay. And Fedora 32 cloud-based. And clouds, I haven't really got into learning that stuff. Cloud stuff it's from what I get, it's virtual machines, but they're running on a server somewhere in the quote cloud, you know. They're running on a server, and you got to pay. And you know, if it's a cloud service, then you're probably going to be paying for it. I mean, when they first really started trying to come up, you know, get that stuff going. These startup companies were giving you free. There was free cloud-based operating systems I had like 3 of them I signed up for, and they actually worked. One of them was kind of slow, and one of them had one had a lot of features, but it could be slow, and another one was kind of lightweight, and it worked pretty well, surprisingly well, over the internet. And this was back when like my internet was like 3 megabits down, or maybe, of course, they went up every so many years. I don't remember. I started out when I first got cable. I went from dial-up 56K kilobits to cable internet at 3 megabits down, and then now it's 200 megabits down and 10 up. Here is what I got. Now here's one. If you already know about Fedora and you know all the different versions and stuff, it's got all the ones that are available that aren't put off in the archives. Let's see how far back it goes now. Yeah, so see, I'm running Fedora 28, and 30 is the oldest they got in here. I need to update this machine. So, and then this is where we just went. Spins. I'm going really fast because I don't want to waste a lot of time. Fedora keeps you safe. There's how to verify, the basic page on how to verify. And then, okay, and here's all the checksums for, I guess I didn't notice that before. x86-64 is what you'd want for a regular Intel PC. ARX-64 is an ARM processor. Fedora server, x86-64, and then the AARX-64. So you can follow those instructions, and you know, just click on those, and you'll get. I didn't open that checksum a while ago, so I'll show you. This is what the checksum looks like. And you just save. What you do is you just save them up both in the same directory. That's like that, and then run these commands, and it will. And don't get alarmed when it says so-and-so's missing, so-and-so's missing, because it's looking for every, you know, that page with that whole long list, it's looking for every Fedora 32 release. If it's in that folder, it'll do it. But you just look for the ones that say, if it says OK of the one you have in the folder, if it shows the name of the one you have in the folder and says OK, then you're OK. So, and this is where documentation, where you can get help on everything. And there's one of those download your image pages. That's in alt downloads. Tells those instructions again. Let's see. I think that's the page I used. But yeah, that other page I was just on, that's actually got the links to download the checksums right there next to it, easy to find. There's another one about verifying your image. Yeah, they've got several of them. They kind of have them linked to whatever one you're downloading. They're saying, okay, don't forget to do that. And seeing it has for all the versions all the way back to IoT 2019. I thought that was lot. I always see that, and I think it's lot. Ever since they started using weird combinations of capital and small letters and for names of software and things on the internet, I get confused. I never can tell what they mean. IoT, LOT, you know, little LOT. But so that's, like I said, I've already done that. It might have been just faster to just show doing it again, but I went through every one of those pages. But what I'm going to do instead of that is, since I've already went through all those pages, I'm going to open up. I already have Fedora Media Writer on here. I believe that's what it is. Yeah, Fedora Media Writer. And hopefully, I didn't read any of the how to set up, so if anything's changed, then I'll be finding out the hard way. And Fedora Media Writer will download. I keep forgetting that. I knew there was something. I kept thinking yesterday, there's some really easy way to do that. If you click on that, it'll download it for you. And custom image, I'm going to do that because I've already downloaded. And if you click that, I guess I'm going to have to make it full screen. There's some more. There's all the spins and everything. So really, well, if you're already running Fedora, now if you're running a Windows machine or Debian or whatever, then you're not going to have Fedora Media Writer, right? I think, no, I don't know. I have no clue. If Fedora Media Writer has a Windows version, then you could do that. And you could just have it download them for you. But what I want is custom image. Well, I haven't put my USB stick in there yet. Let me put this where am I going to put it? Oh, crap. See, I've got my, will that hurt anything? I've got my, both of my front USB ports, got the cameras in them. And I do have, that would take too long, I think. I do have USB ports on my keyboard. It's basically, it shows up as a USB hub, to the system, to any system. But it's so old that it's USB 1, and sometimes it will say not enough power to run that. But I think I have the I have a KVM switch, which is not a virtual machine, but that's where KVM came from. I don't know why they named their virtual machine stuff KVM, but KVM, I have a 4-port KVM switch, and close that until I figure out what I'm going to do. And it, oh, I can't show anything. I can't show that camera back there without opening up that app and everything. Now, that's something really weird about, see that messing up like that? That's why I didn't open that up from the beginning like that. That app is buggy. It works, but it's buggy. And I'm going to close it. Let's see, Fedora Media Writer. Yeah, Media Writer. I'm going to force close it with the system monitor before it causes me some kind of trouble in my machine in the middle of my live stream. If you leave it small, I think it'll do okay. It's really strange how it acts. It does work fine, as long as you don't. Now I'm closing extra stuff that I got running. Okay. Oh, there's Fedora 29 already on this stick. So I'm going to leave this one like it is. This other one says Don's files on it. And I'm going to erase that. I don't need those files on there anymore. I had them on there so I could take it with me when I went somewhere. But that's what I do, I just put what I want on there and then erase it. So this one's formatted FAT32 and has some files on it. But Fedora does different than most USB writers for Linux systems, Linux live or install systems. It puts the real pretty much, it's a kind of different than the, I can't remember exactly. They put a bunch of very different partitions. They put like three partitions on it, and I think they actually put an LVM on it or something. I think one of them's ext4 and one of them's LVM, which is the way Fedora installs. Anyway, and you got to do it that way. That's why you need to use Fedora Media Writer. I'm just going to try. I was trying to explain about my KVM switch. It has a power supply that you can plug in to give, to give the USB more. It's a USB KVM switch, so it does VGA and USB. But if you switch to another machine, I never used the USB much. You can plug. First thing I did, I thought it'd be so cool plugging your printer to it, and other things. And the thing is, when you switch to a different machine, it disconnects. And so, like, say for instance, if you're writing to a USB stick, and you switch. Forgetting to switch, which I used to. I don't do it much anymore because my brain's not working as well as it used to. But I used to have 2 or 3 machines running and working on them all at the same time. And if I had to wait on something to happen on one, I'd go to the next one and do something on it. And so anyway, I had a problem with. I'm going to down a rabbit trail. I was using on the laptop to plug with a video cable going to my TV to watch when I wanted to watch TV. That's the way I would do it. I didn't watch TV shows. I'd watch stuff on the internet, and I don't do that much anymore. I just watch here, sitting right here. But it was making a horrible buzzing noise in my audio system, and so I figured out that if I unplugged that power supply to the KVM switch, it quit doing that. At least that's what I thought. But then, anyway, that laptop's not even in here right now. My mom's using it. So I'm going to plug in. I'm going ahead and try it and see what happens. I'm going to plug in. I know it'll work. I mean, I know the stick will work, so it should mount right up. I'm plugging it into my keyboard on that one. Unable to mount the U3 system. That's an embedded thing on there. Can't get off that SanDisk USB stick. It's just a really old one. It's like 2 gigabyte. But there's my files. I don't know why why did I have music on there? Oh, Christmas music. I don't know why I put that on there. But anyway, I don't think there's any. Well, let's find out. I do not think there's anything on there that matters, but I'm going to go ahead and back it up to make sure. Documents. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Right click, synchronize selected, compare. Crusader, that's my favorite file manager ever. Shouldn't take too awful long that way, the way I'm doing it, because it won't compare every file over on the other side. You want to do it like what I just did with selecting and right click. If you just hit compare, then it has to read through every directory on both sides, you know. Still going through quite a few files. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there are some files in the documents. That'll be fine. I'm just going to go ahead and sync those. I don't think I need them, but I would not be happy if I deleted them. Oh, I'm in documents. I need to be in downloads. That's another thing I just remembered. I think I'm just gonna, to make sure I don't have any wasted space on there, I'm just gonna delete those files now. You don't really, well, yeah, you do need to do that, because unless you're gonna format it, it's taking a long time to delete. Did I hit it wrong or what? I might have hit cancel by accident. Yeah, I might have. Okay. What I do in Crusader, if you just hit delete, it'll put it in trash. But if you hold down Control and hit delete, yeah, it was on cancel by default, and I just hit enter. Delete all. There we go. So now I've got 1.9 gigabyte usable space there. I'll go back to the videos so I can make sure that my backup video is working. Okay, now let's go back and open up Fedora Media Writer. It doesn't take very long, usually. So, yeah, custom image, downloads. What I had remembered a second ago was I really kind of like to unplug my backup drive so that I can't accidentally format them. But actually, I'm not going to be doing any formatting since I'm not using. Oh yeah, I will too. You got to be super careful, because the safest thing to do is to don't have anything plugged in that's important, like backup drives. Because if you I don't want the net install, or do I? I was going to put the make Compiz on there, because that's what, I was going to boot it live, but that says it's 2 gigabytes. It probably won't fit, because 1.9 is what you got, or even though something like, say if it said 1.9 gigabytes, it still may or may not fit, because no two apps read the size of files exactly the same. I don't think that's going to fit. I'm going to end up having to put it on an SD card in the SD adapter. I already ran into that problem. But I do have the Fedora server. It's only 709 megabytes. I don't have any bigger USB sticks than that. I just have these two. I'm going to go ahead and put the net install, and I'll just right now in a minute I'll just boot it. That's not live. That's install only. I'll boot it to Fedora 29 just to have a live system on it. Okay, now there it picked by default SanDisk Cruiser pattern. I know for sure that's what I want. If you see, like I have 2 Seagate backup drives, if you see something like that you don't know what it is, don't click right. Or if you just make darn sure that you know what you're writing to, because it will. This Fedora reformats, like I said, yeah, it does reformat it. That's why I really didn't have to delete those, but I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, it does. I kind of, different ones do it differently. Some of them, if you got a FAT32 formatted deal, it'll just write the files on there and that's it. Most of them do that. So if you're not used to Fedora, it formats it and divides it up into different size partitions. And I think it does an ext4. I think it leaves the boot section of it FAT32 or something, so that it'll work with machines that only see the FAT32, and then like Windows, well, not Windows machines, but some machines won't see ext4. Well, I don't remember now. Let's just do it. I'm turning myself in circles, but the SanDisk Cruiser pattern, there's only one of those plugged in, so I'm good. You got to put in your root password. I think I messed up. Did I forget what the password was? No, I just typed it wrong. Okay, so yeah, I believe that it'll be just fine as long as I don't fiddle. Don't move don't even drag like I don't like it over to the left. I want it in the middle. Don't drag it around. This application is buggy. It's been that way since it came out. It came out, I don't know, I think I first saw it in Fedora 20, 22, 23, I don't remember. It works great, except for when it starts acting crazy like it did a while ago. It looks like it's using up all your either your RAM or your video memory, and I think if you let it sit there acting crazy like that, it will eventually use up either your RAM or your video memory. I can't remember. I haven't used it in a long time. Since Fedora 29 was the newest one, that's how long it's been. Probably not quite that long, but anyway, I might have had a reason to put Fedora 29 on there. Maybe I wanted to put it on let it boot on an old machine or something. It's going to be pretty slow on USB 1. Haven't written anything on this. It's going through this thing's plugged into my keyboard, which goes to the KVM switch, which goes to the computer, and the keyboard only supports USB 1. So I know it's a lot slower than I can kind of tell, because I remember that it goes faster than that. It's a lot slower than USB 2. So rather than us sit here and watch that, oh wait, well, that's okay, I guess. I don't know how long it'll take, and we're not going to sit here and watch it. I'm not going to say, oh look, it follows me. Don't you just love that? They've got apps never used to do that with Mate Desktop. They would stay in the workspace that you put them in. So I've got 6 workspaces down there that I switch to, and when it works right, I can go really fast and not be aggravated. But when they start following you around, it screws everything up. So what I'm going to do is just go to this camera and go over here and start doing my hardware work. First, I better switch my mics. As long as I don't switch to KVM, I won't screw it up. Okay, I'm changing things makes me worry about. Oh, okay, I see my mic in that window. Okay, I didn't know I could see it. I can see the, well, you've seen that over and over and over, the OBS Studio interface. So yeah, I don't have to have that other big camera showing the whole room, at the same time to do this. So it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
All right, now, before I get up and go over there, though, I am gonna, a good while since I've checked on my stream. Just when you think, you don't check it, that's when you should have. So if you think about it, if I think about it, I'll check it most of the time. But so I'm opening it up on the laptop this time instead of doing it over here. Since I've got that camera where I want it, and I don't want to get confused. I'm real bad about getting confused lately about everything. Okay. Yeah. We're working. Got sound. Okay. Now. Oh yeah. When I do end up wanting to use that camera to show this thing booting up, let's see. That's what I'm going to have to do. So really what I want is 4K 4K in camera 1. Yeah. Okay, I did bump it into it. Okay, now we'll be able to see what I'm doing and see that it is, whether or not it's booting and all that stuff. That's when I need to switch my KVM switch. So now I'm stuck waiting on that thing. Okay, but all I'm going to do is put this in the USB port. I don't think it matters. There's a couple in the front. Yeah, 2 in the front, 2 in the back. I think it'll boot to either one of them. You may have to catch it, and yeah, I don't think it'll do it automatically. There's one inside of the server that it will. There's an SD card and a USB, and that's meant for booting, But if you want to boot from one on the outside like that, then I think you'll have to catch it with whatever the boot. I can't remember. I'd have to look at my notes. F11 or F12 or something. But I just realized that all that brain went blank. I completely went blank. Okay, go back to the desktop. I can't do it, yeah, because I can't switch the KVM switch until this, like I was just talking about. Can't switch the KVM switch. Oh no, I think that app crashed. Well, crap. It's still being blinking though. Let's see. Fedora helper. Something went crazy. You know what? I was kind of thinking media. Oh, okay. It's not down. It didn't crash. Maybe it's still there, and I just didn't see it. It might have minimized itself or something. Because the USB stick's blinking like crazy. So it has media router, helper, and mount NTFS. I don't know why it's using NTFS for FAT32, but I guess that's just what the program's called that mounted them. So it didn't crash, but it's not there. Maybe it's over here with the, yeah, it moved. The whole thing moved. That's all it is. Now see, but it's gone wonky. But actually, it may not come back. But it is about 2/3 of the way through, so it's still working. But I think what you can do is hit enter, and that will, when it gets to the end, it says, what do you want to do? Actually, if I don't know which one's which, I'll probably just take the USB stick out and force close the app with the system monitor, because it really doesn't do anything,
But there's two choices. There's like, oh, one choice is reboot and boot to that USB stick, and the other one is just close the program. So if it doesn't come back where I can read it, I'm not even going to try to put it back over there where I want it, because it'll just come back over here next time I come back. Besides that, it might make it hang up. And it's still working. So, but I also got, trying to think about what I want to do. I got, I need a break all of a sudden, and everything is, I've got to wait anyway. So here's what I'm going to do. Should I stop this stream and start over, or no? I'm just going to put this on the beginning titles with music, and hurry up and take my break and come back, and that should be done when I get back, hopefully. Okay, I haven't left yet. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I'll put it on the S58. Okay, I am back. See what this has done. Oh, okay, it's checking the written data. Oh, now you can kind of see part of the buttons and stuff. So maybe the the words will come back enough for me to close the program normally. it does work, but yeah, it's definitely probably twice as slow as, using USB 2, which is what all this, this machine, that's all. It doesn't have anything USB 3 or anything. And neither does my server, so I don't have anything with that. But let's see. Oh, I'm going to check my stream. I'll just do that. Let's see. I'm scared to touch that darn writer that it'll mess something up. I'll do it on here. Usually I like to do it on the laptop just to not. I try to do it while other things are going on, but really I'm only one person. So you're waiting on me no matter what to get done with what I'm doing. So I guess if I show it, it's better than just do, hear me talking about what's going on. So, what do I want? Live dashboard. Laptop fan is kind of going. I can hear it anyway, but it's not running the web browser. Seems like after I run it, especially if I run the web. Okay, it's up. Let's see. Fan is kind of going. I can hear it anyway, but it's not running. Yeah. So let's see how that. Yeah, I'll be using. It's aimed good. Okay. I thought it was, but. Let's go back over here and check on the. Yeah, I keep wanting to move this back over to where I want it, but I am afraid I will cause it to quit writing, mess it up, and it's almost done finally. So maybe if I leave it up, I don't know if that helps or hurts as far as it showing its screen like it should. Really acting weirder than usual. I think I'll close the. Oh, now it followed me over there. Oh, when it's up and you switch screens, it follows you. Okay. Yeah. So I accidentally put it back where I wanted it now. So if I minimize it, it won't follow me. See, you didn't used to have to do that. But I'm going to close this so it won't have things running that aren't necessary. And it's still doing fine. It's not showing to you're not seeing anything on any excessive use of anything there. It's using 36.6 megabytes on that the main application, and then the helper application is 1.7 megabytes, and the mount into FS is 896 kilobytes. So, by the way, whoever writes this app, it'd be so nice if you would have it show. I see right now that shows me probably why you do that, because there's so many things that are using a small amount, so you don't want it it would be confusing. I was going to say I really wish that would show megabytes, at least, so you would be easier to figure out what it is. I've kind of got to where I can almost estimate it, like 37,476 kilobytes. Is close to 30, that's close to 37 megabytes. It's 36.6. I've kind of got used to that. That's about 1.7. Yeah. So if you just use that, pretend that comma is a dot, then you can say, okay, that's about 37 megabytes. That's about 1 megabyte plus. Anyway, so I won't even finish that wish, because now I see for years I've kind of complained about that. But yeah, see, you gotta have a small enough measurement so that the whole thing will work. Makes sense now. Because yeah, if you had these were in megabytes and these were in kilobytes, that would really throw people in circles. They'd throw me in circles. Let's go see what we got. It's almost there. It's like watching paint dry. But now that I've started it and it's working, I don't want to stop it. And the good thing is, get out of there. I'm scared I'm going to click my fingers will slip and I'll click the wrong thing. The don't have a camera I can put on me now. I've got that one aimed at the server and the other one aimed at the screen. I guess if I opened up that big wide view, I could turn around or something. But what I was going to try to say, okay, it's almost completely done. There we go. I think we can stay there. I think I was thinking already about installing it from this one here anyway, installing Fedora. See, you don't just have to install the server with this this net install. Okay, it's finished. Now, delete the download image or close. Oh, it doesn't have a reboot button. At least it's showing up. Okay, so it is finished, right? Yeah, finished. Okay, good. Okay, now I'm going to close the app. See, you don't want to yank the USB stick out while it's being written to for sure, and I don't even, I like to wait till it's not hardly, you don't think it's being read either. Yeah, it looks like, the light on these always blinks a little bit, but, oh, and it's not mounted. Usually what I do is mount it and make sure it looks like it worked good. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it's, and the way to mount it is to unplug it and plug it back in. Now, am I on the desktop like I should be? Yeah. So, that's what I'm going to do. I'm sure that, let's go make sure there's nothing still running from that. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I just realized something. Media, mount NTFS, that runs all the time, the whole time the machine's running. It's for mounting, well, I have an NTFS USB. I have a Seagate, 2 Seagate backup drives. One's I left it NTFS the way it came. That's one that's running all the time. I just realized. And then the other one, I didn't. It broke 3 or 4 times, and I had to fix it. The file system, which is really scary when it's your backup. So the next one, I formatted it to ext4. But the other ones has, I don't. At first, I thought I would copy everything over to the new one. It's a 8. The first one's the NTFS one is 5 terabyte. It's really 4.5, and then the other one's 8 terabyte. And so I thought I'd copy everything over there and then reformat that one as ext4. But I ended up never doing it because I started noticing that everything doesn't. I have it set for Lucky Backup to back up everything to the 5 terabyte and then back up everything on the 5 terabyte to the 8 terabyte every day, right after about 20 minutes after I boot the machine. But I got to noticing that some files, like if they failed and they didn't finish writing, they're not getting overwritten, and the full size is not getting done, and the ones that are 0 byte size will fool it. I think I can fix that. Lucky Backup has a setting in it that says skip the files that are already there, and that's turned on by default, and I left it that way because I thought it was safe to do that because I thought it still checked file sizes, but I'm guessing now that it doesn't unless you turn that off. And I never did turn it off because the machine doesn't run good while it's running. It really uses a lot of resources. And I can hardly, lately it's gotten worse. I don't know why. And I can barely even watch a YouTube video, or do anything with the machine when it's running. And it doesn't show to be using a heck of a lot of resources, but something's going on. So I was afraid it would take 2 hours for it to do the backups or more, because that 4.5 terabytes only has about. Let's look and see. Where is it? Yeah, 4.5 terabytes. I named it from what kind of space it really has. It only has 541 gigabytes left on it. And the 7.3 terabytes, what you get on the 8 terabyte Seagate drive. It has 3.6 terabytes left on it. So if it checked every file in those things, you could be talking about 12 to 24 hours, I'm thinking. Lucky Backup's pretty fast, but I don't know. And I couldn't use the machine, so that's why I haven't turned that setting off. But I think I'm going to have to. Well, once I get, I'm either going to put these, I might do what I was talking about, reform. I may put these in this, I have to keep at least one of them just like it is, and then put thinking I might buy another 8 terabyte and put them both in the server because I think if you take them out of the USB box, they will actually plug into the server, and I can put them in the tray and everything, and then make them be it's got 8 drives, so I take 2 of them out and put those 2 in, and then they'll be lost my words. They'll be a set by themselves. They'll be a RAID, a RAID of 2, and then the other 6 will be a RAID of 6 drives. RAID array, or I guess that would be one way to say it, but it's not the right thing, I don't think exactly. But anyway, I have when I get the server up and running. At first, I'm just going to plug the USBs into the server. That's what I'm going to do to start out with, and then I'll go from there. But the server could handle it, See, once I get the server up and going, then I should be able to take care of all that heavy work that I need to do about copying files or making sure everything's backed up and everything. I may have ended up losing. What I've been doing with my videos is I don't have room on. This is a 250 gigabyte drive, so. Every time I make 5 or 10 videos, I have to make sure they're backed up, and then, and I do triple check on that. I use Crusader Sync and everything, and then delete these out of here. But now, whether or not they all got copied, like if the machine crashed or I had to reboot for some reason in the middle of Lucky Backup running, then half of a file's been written, or it just barely got started and it's showing 0 byte size, but it's not getting overwritten automatically by Lucky Backup, and I thought it was. And so anyway, I'm gonna straighten that out. But I may have lost some videos that I didn't realize I lost. Pretty much all of them that were important, any of them that are important to me are already. Usually I'll do them as live videos and they're already on YouTube when I'm done, but if they get broken or something, if my stream drops or something weird happens, then I will go ahead and upload them right away. So probably haven't actually lost any because they'll be on YouTube, but makes me uncomfortable thinking about what might not be there that one day I might wish it was there. I'm going to look at my stream again before I go on and try to get my brain wrapped around what it is I'm going to do here. Okay, so I just wrote that USB stick. Oh, I still haven't taken it out. Yeah. And I haven't get my brain wrapped around what it is I'm going to do here. Okay, so what I was going to do, I just remembered. I'm going to unplug it. I'm sure it's not being written to or anything now, so I can take that out. That way I can see what's going on, what's being used in the most resources. So I can unplug it, and so you can see on the left of the screen there, you can see the 2 backup drives. One of them I renamed it to 8 terabyte, and the other one I left the default name because I didn't reformat it. So I unplugged it. Now I'm going to plug it back in, and it should mount. I can't mount the U3, that's fine. What application? I don't want to choose an application, and okay. So the Fedora DVD x86 doesn't. Why does it call it that? Fedora S. That is not anything close to the name. Fedora S. Okay, for server, but that's not the DVD. It's the net install. The DVD, there is a Fedora server DVD, and it's like almost 3.9 gigabyte or something. Why do they give it a weird name like that? They should call it Fedora. They should just call it. Well, they should call it, if they're going to have to shorten it, I think they can't go with so long of a name, I think is what they're doing. Fedora S Net, x86-64. It used to be, I think years ago, I think that's how they had it. Anyway, so now I'm going to go over here and see if I can find it and look at it. Yeah, see, it's got a 10 megabyte VFAT. That's what I was talking about. And all it has is, okay, it's got the boot. Yeah, it has everything for booting it. It's got the EFI, if you have an EFI BIOS, a UEFI BIOS. And then there's the one that you see. This is the main, and this is the files. that it boots. There's some more EFI stuff on there. And then that's it. Then there's my backup drives. So I just kind of generally go back to the downloads folder as my default place to go. So it looks good. It should work. And that's a good idea. Now, safety. Sometimes you only have reject, and sometimes you have reject and safely remove. So when I see both, I try to remember to click. Oh, see, I made that mount, that Anaconda FAT32 partition. I don't know which one you should do first. So if I do the wrong one, it'll make an error. Yeah. And if you do it the other way, it won't make that error. It doesn't hurt anything. It's never hurt anything on any of my drives. Okay, so I can still write stuff through that keyboard. It's just painfully slow. I don't know why I'm whispering. Oh, because I leaned forward and I was like an inch from the mic. And I felt compelled to whisper so that I wouldn't blow your eardrums out. Okay, so Fedora server. I guess I'll write it in red. I don't have, well, yes I do. Am I on the desktop? Yeah. Okay, let's go to, yeah. Well, when we start booting that thing up, let's just do that right now. Okay. Can't even find it. 4K and desktop. Okay. We'll go ahead and close our, oh, I have the preview going there. It bugs me when I'm like showing the desktop and I'm doing stuff. I mean, I don't like it when I can't see what's going on in the video that I'm watching. So, okay, Fedora didn't erase very good. I think it'll be okay though. Actually, you can clean marker off of plastic stuff like these USB sticks with rubbing alcohol. It works perfect, but I'm not gonna go waste time doing it right now. Fedora. Maybe I should have. I can't really read this. Fedora 32 server. Okay. This time I'm going to write it on both sides, because I can't read the other side. Fedora server. So I'll probably leave that on there for a while. Now, yes, looks like it's dropping frames already. Okay, yeah, so here it is. And let me go back to switch mics. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is get my USB stick. I said, no, I don't want to boot this one. I just wasted all that time making it because I got in the middle of it and I didn't want to quit. Well, I don't know. Anyway, I got in the middle of it and I decided I was going to finish it. It's already in there. Okay, so what I'll do is I want to boot it up, and then I'm going to swap these are the, the 460 watt power supplies that are on there. These 460 watt power supplies that are on there, you came with it. Make sure there's nothing. I'm sure there's nothing, but I'm going to triple check everything. Make sure they're working good. I'm going to swap them because I don't think I've ever done that. Make sure they both work. There's a light comes on. I got strings on my socks. There's a light that comes on. I could tell you can tell which one it's running on. It's the one on the far side, and so the one on the inward side, I want to swap them to make sure it works. Oh yeah, you can't swap. That's right. I can't swap them with it running. First, I'm going to boot it up, see that everything works right.
Then I'll shut it down, swap them. I'm doing this so I don't screw things up. I mean, I'm going through this to make sure I don't screw things up. Then, then I think I'll plug in my new cable and I'll test it on the multimeter, make sure it looks like it's got the right voltages in the right places, because there's one problem. I can only find 2 different places to buy a cable like that. And this is evidently one of the big manufacturers. It's every site I went on. That this brand was everywhere. I thought it was ComCheap. I thought it was ComCheap. ComEap or CoMeep, C-O. It's big C, big O, big M, little E-A-P. CoMeep, I guess. SATA, HP 10-pin, 8-pin, SATA Molex, 380 G6 is what it says on there, but I did confirm that it would work on the. It was on the where I bought it, you know. It would work on this G7, but there was only there wasn't a lot of reviews, and there was one reviewer said that he plugged it in, so it'll do. It has an SATA, and I think let's look at it. I think it has an SATA and a Molex connector. Besides the 8-pin, it has a 10-pin and 8-pin. Yeah, that's the 8-pin. Of course, you plug the 10-pin into the motherboard, and it branches it off. So it has a regular Molex connector, 4-pin, and it has an SATA connector. And then the other one is the 10-pin. And all the 10-pins are not all populated. They're not all needed, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So they were using it on their DVD player, and they said it burned it out. It shorted it out and burned it up. And they said they knew it was the cable because it worked on a different cable they had. I think they just needed a longer one or something. So that I wouldn't have got that one, but I normally don't buy anything that has anybody saying something burns up. But I couldn't find anything else. So except for the HP branded one for an outrageous amount of money, a used one. So let's see. I forgot that I could have showed that right there. Maybe I was kind of showing it right there. That's it. Okay, that's the plan. And then all that goes well. Then I'll put in my new used 780 or 60 watt power supplies, because that's the one I'm planning on running for this video card that needs 150 watts. And hopefully I'll put the video card in too. And see, I can do all that and just boot it to the live system, and then I think that sounds like I'd be lucky to get all that done this evening. Well, it's midnight now. But if I get, however far I get, I'll get. If I get to where I can start installing, I'll probably do it. Oh, I don't have the RAID set up yet. I am going to install to the hard drives on it. I've decided that, but I haven't decided. Well, I can just set up those 6 in a RAID and leave the other 2, you know, free to put those 2 hard drives in. Or that's what I don't know if I want to just use all 8 of them in a RAID together, like a RAID 2 or maybe a RAID 5, and then and just plug it. Well, I know I don't want to do that. I'm going to leave 2 hard drive slots. I haven't ever taken one of these apart though. These CGAP backup, they're back there, the CGAP backup drives. I'm not sure. These are the small ones. They're like the size of laptop drives. And if those are full-size drives, then they ain't going in there. Yeah. And I haven't ever taken it apart to find out. I've just been going by what I read online and stuff, saw in videos. Morton did some videos where he, what do you call it? He was calling it shucking. Yeah, he called it chucking hard drives, because he didn't know that it was shucking, like shucking corn. That's a real common saying in America. That's what the farmers used to do. They used to shuck the corn manually with my hand. So, as a matter of fact, my grandma and grandpa, we would go to the farmer's market, and they'd get the corn sometimes they'd get the corn in the husks, and we'd help them shuck corn. So he knew what it was. I could tell, he knew what it meant. He just, I always forget. the name of the country. There's Holland, and I think his native language is, his native keyboard is Danish. He likes to use the Danish keyboard. So I don't know what the language, I don't know if it's called, I guess it's called Danish, his native language. But his older videos, when I first started watching him about 3 years ago, I understood him, but I had to pay real good attention, you know. But he's gotten so much better that the only thing he ever does is just say things in a little funny way, and he don't care. He just laughs. If he can't remember how to say it, he just say it the way he wants to. That's what I do. I don't care about that. I mean, I want to communicate with people the best I can, but I don't get all broken up about how one person says something and another person says it, you know, or how long they ramble on. So, it's the first time I've had this, really using this way. It's kind of cool in a way, other than it being my back to it most of the time. It's 80.2 degrees in here now, and I haven't even turned on the server yet. I don't know why. It's 88 outside. I don't know why the air conditioner. It's set on 74 in there in the living room, and it's always way hotter in here. That's a lot of difference, because it does get the living room down to 74, and it's 80 in here. I think it just came on. All right, now I have to switch cameras, so I'll shut this, because I'll need to show the screen. That's the only way I'll have of showing. I'm going to close that, and I need to be on 4K and 1. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, okay. Now that one will, of course, that's the back of the machine, but that's where most of what I'm doing is going to be. Oh, it's turned itself. Oh, my preview doesn't look the same as the preview on the camera. But we'll go ahead and make sure it is being seen. And it didn't move. I don't think it ever moved. I think I just didn't realize it because I was going by the preview on here. So, we're going to get back here. Got a good yellow light saying ready to boot. Green. Now I got to hurry up and switch to that machine. Which one's it on? It's not on any of them because I didn't plug in the VGA cable. Just remembered. It's back here. At least it's just coiled up. It's not plugged into anything. I did have it plugged into the laptop. And there is a fan on that thing that does sometimes make noise when it's been sitting for a week or two. So hopefully I'm not already having a fan problem with it. Oh yeah, I need the USB. I don't know what's going to happen to me plugging that in while it's booting. It may not see it. And as slow as it is, though, this is a cable that's not in very good shape. Where's the plug? There it is. Big one on the top. Oh, I think it's the power supplies that I was hearing. Oh, now it's ramping up. See, but it's going to have the screen. The letters are going to be purple because there's some broken wires inside of that cable. And so, if you twist it just right, sometimes they'll touch and it'll work. But that's why I had it on the laptop. I just plugged in the USB, but not the VGA because I got a monitor on it. But those things are kind of expensive. That's why I haven't ever replaced it. But it costs as much or more to get a cable like that than it does just to buy another whole four-port KVM switch, but not as good a one as this one I have. It was $100, and it was well worth it. I bought it. Gosh, that thing is probably 18 plus years old now.
That's the only thing that's actually gone wrong with it. Let's see. No, I started to say, oh yeah, F11 for boot menu. I do need to do that. Oh, might be too late. I don't think my... Yeah, it did. Okay, my keyboard is working. It saw it. It didn't size up to the monitor though because I didn't have it plugged in. That won't really matter right now because I'm just gonna... Okay, please choose one of the following boot override options. Boot CD, floppy, USB key drive, one-time boot to HDD, one-time boot to network, first NIC, enter the ROM-based setup utility, RBSU, exit boot override menu and continue default boot process. This allows the user to choose specific override option for this boot only. This will not modify your boot settings. So I want 3, the USB key. Just number 3, not F3. Okay. There we go. Now, I don't want to test the media because I know it works. So I use the keyboard to navigate there and go up to the top. And actually, it'll probably resize and fit the monitor now because when it starts booting Fedora, it should make it do that. Although the first time I booted it up, it never did. And the monitor, my monitor had somehow got off of automatic. And it was not automatically sizing to whatever machine I put it on. And I didn't notice it because it was on the right size for my machine I use every day. It took me for several different days of messing with this thing to figure that out. And I kept thinking about it, but I thought, no, it's on automatic. I thought it was something to do with, settings, that because it was a live system and I needed to change boot with different video settings and stuff. And always check the obvious first. So it should be booting up okay here. I'm not sure why it went black. I'm gonna hit the arrow key and see if it, yeah, no, the monitor's not asleep or anything like that. Yeah, I think maybe one of those fans up in the front might be making a little noise until it gets warmed up. Luckily, you can get them. Well, I've seen some for around $3 to $4 each on Amazon, and I didn't buy them. Probably should while they're cheap, because a lot of that stuff will be cheap for a little while and then goes way up. But I didn't do it. So don't you buy them. I'm still thinking about it. You don't have a server anyway, so you're just thinking about getting one. That's why you're watching this. Same reason I was watching Morton. Oh, you're not watching. You're watching Morton. Yeah, oh well. He's better than me anyway. I don't know why. It looks to me like maybe it's not working right. Because I mean, I saw the boot screen. I don't think I had to change the monitor settings to get it to work. But it's gone black there for a good long time. And Fedora doesn't usually, Fedora 29 especially doesn't do, well, Fedora never has been like that, real slow to boot. I can't remember, it's been a while since I had it up and running. Okay, so well, if I switch off of it to go back to my main machine, I'll just leave it as it is. I was thinking about switching to that big camera so you can see what I'm doing, but I'm going to come over here and look. You can see the main thing. Yeah, see, there's green lights on both of the power supplies. And yeah, all the sound comes out right there, so it could be coming from the front or anywhere in the machine, so you can't just listen to the back. Like with a desktop, it's kind of more separated, so. And yeah, and it shows power supply 1 is green,
Power supply 2 is just no lights on, but no errors either. So that's what made me think, well, maybe I ought to make sure that if it was only running on, oh, that's one thing you can do. You can just actually just unplug one and then it has to run on the other one. I think I'll do that. That's what Morton usually does. Just remember that. So I can't shut it down with software because I don't have anything up on the screen, and I'm not going to wait forever because I got a feeling it's not booting properly, or it's hung up trying to set the video or something. But I'll leave everything as it is so that when I boot it up again, won't be any chance of it. I don't know how long you need to, okay, that doesn't just momentarily touch it, it shuts down. It's still on standby, ready to boot mode, you know. But I'll just leave this one in. I started to say I might put that other USB stick in there, but because I thought, well, maybe it would boot. Now, let's see, yeah, we're on the, see, squeeze that, pull it out. And now we'll be able to boot from the other one. This time I'll have it all in the right, you know, setup. All I gotta do is just get back over here. That'd tell me if it was the fan in this thing making noise too, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's green. Let's go over there and look at the front. Oh, okay. Even though it's in the other slot, the green light's still on number 1. So it turns it into number 1 when you unplug the other one. So I might still want to swap them. Seems like I should have some video. That didn't come unplugged or anything, did it? Huh. I'm starting to wonder if that cable is just lost connection completely. I didn't bump it or anything though. Well, it takes a while to show. Yeah, I maybe ended up having to buy well, see, once I get the video card in, I'm just going to use the, well, I can either use the DVI cable or I have a 30-foot HDMI cable I can use. My monitor will do DVI-D, and that's a DVI-D output. And I have a couple of those cables, as long as it's, oh yeah, now I see the cursor. As long as it's close enough. If I end up having it far away, I think I'm going to put it in the rack. That's what I think I'm going to do. Unless it's too loud for me to stand it. There it is, doing normal. It's just taking long to come up. Power for and thermal calibration in progress. So I won't hit anything yet. I'll wait till it tells me to hit something to get it to boot. It may have just been taking forever to boot. 75 degrees, good temperature. Okay, boot. Menu. Let's see, 2.53 gigahertz processors. Where's the RAM at? I don't think it's got to that section yet. It's 64 gig of RAM, but I don't see the readout of it. But it did say F11 pressed, so. There's actually a way you can turn it on to give more information, and it actually makes it easier to get into the menus. I probably ought to do that until I get, it's probably make it boot slower. It beeped. I guess it did that because, so it's number 3. And troubleshooting. Press tab for full configuration options. See about troubleshooting. Basic graphic mode, okay. Boot from local drive, return to the main menu. Yeah, let's try basic graphic mode and see. Only thing it would do is like not do full resolution. It might do real small resolution. if it doesn't actually need that. Now I see the pink cursor blinking, so I think that it didn't like those video drivers. Let's see. And I wasn't paying attention to the readout that I had at the beginning last time. Multipath. Okay, now we're getting the command line interface for the boot screen. It didn't like the video drivers, the default video drivers, the newer ones. You see, Fedora 29 is way newer than this server. This server was built in 2010, so saw some funky stuff on the screen for a second. Yeah, now that's more like it. That's how long it takes to just boot up Fedora 29 live. And used to, it always, if you leave it alone, it'll automatically log in. But some of this may be one of the ones, the newer ones that you have to click on login. Some of them it messes it up. I always wait because some of them it'll hang it up and it won't log in if you click on it, because it was getting ready, it was counting down and getting ready to log in automatically. I think you have to click on it. So I went ahead and clicked on it. There it is. It's funky being purple, but that's all right. For now. I won't be using the VGA cable on it. It's only like, how much is it? I think it's 64 megabyte of video memory built in, but that's why I had to buy a video card to use it as a desktop. Let's see. Preferences. I was wanting to look at the, I guess I just want the system monitor app like I'm using in the one I'm doing my stream from. Actually, the one I'm using is like KDE system monitor, I think. There should be something in here. Probably in system tools. Yeah, Mate system monitor is what comes with it. This is Mate desktop. What is in here? Let's see, I'm not going to read it all out. This Firefox, FileZilla, Thunderbird, LibreOffice, Exhale for the player. Oh, is that a player? Parole Media Player is a player. I'm not sure what Exhale is. I don't use either one of them. I like VLC. Pulse Audio, XF Burn for CDs and DVDs. Blivet GUI is for formatting drives and stuff. That's what you would use if you need to format your drives to install. It has the install button here on the screen. Gparted is the one I like that I use. It has them both, and I like Gparted. Blivet's really new, and it's not really completely finished yet. Last time I looked at it, that's about a year more ago, I think. Yeah, disk usage analyzers. No, it can't see any disk. I've already done that before. I mean, tried to find disk on here. It's because I haven't set up a RAID yet. I haven't. Well, I didn't know for sure what. I know how to get into the RAID setup, but I haven't figured out what I want to do yet. So, boy, those colors are hurting my eyes. So this went straight to all the CPUs. Look at that, 24 cores. That's how the software. And I see my quad core. It sees 4 cores in the system monitor apps. Does not see 8 cores. You know, like well, I don't know. I guess this is older, so this is how it worked with hyperthreading. Now I think they call it something different in the newer processors. And this is a server processor, not a regular. This is an Intel processor, but it's not a regular. You know, it's not an i5 or whatever. The i5 is what's in the one I'm streaming on, the Novo i5, I call it. Memory and swap history. 1.3 gigabyte of 2% of 62.9 gigabytes. So 62.9 is what it sees, not 64. Which you know, that's how it always is with everything. And well, that may be what's available to the operating system. There may be some of that memory being used for other things, I think. And it looks like, yeah, the internet is working. It's a little bit of data going through.
With the system, okay. This is Fedora 29 Mate desktop, 64-bit. Memory 62.9. The processors Intel Xeon R CPU E5649, 2.53 gigahertz by 24. Available disk space 455 megabyte. That would be on my USB stick. And then here's the part I use all the time. CPU. I always like to organize it by either the CPU or the memory, most memory, one that's using the most memory. This one does say megabyte or kilobytes. I'll be darned. I think I would really like that better. It, like this says 55.5 megabytes. And if you go to the least, it's 508.0 kilobytes. If you were, I think if whichever one you're used to, I'm sure you get used to it. What's doing that? Mate System Monitor is using the most of anything, but then KJ, the file manager app, 49 megabytes. It's not even open. Resources, that's where I was a minute ago. File systems, okay, that's the file systems that can be seen. Dev mapper, ext4, 5.8 gigabyte. That in RAM? My USB stick's only 2 gigabytes, so it ain't on my USB stick. And then dev FDA, dev mapper what? Yeah, dev mapper live RW. I guess since this machine's got that much RAM, it uses what's available. I've never seen that much in a live system. It set up a 5.8 gigabyte live file system on here. Available free 471 megabytes. That's really strange. And then available 455. Used 5.4 gigabyte. But that's all, I guess that's how much it unpacked into memory. But I only have 4 gigabyte of memory on my Lenovo i5, and I'm almost certain I've ran that on it before. Huh. Okay, and then dev SDA, iNet, frames, 1.8 gigabyte. That's the actual USB stick itself. It sees it as 1.8, not 1.9. And then dev SRO, that's the live media. Users, the U3 system, and that's at 6.7 megabytes free zero. That's the built-in file system on this on these SanDisk cruiser pattern USB sticks. They did that, and they have some little Windows portable Windows apps on there that I've never had any use for. And I've actually found Gparted or something. I got it to show that they were deleted, but then as soon as you unplug it, plug it back in, they come back. So I had to give up. I tried many different ways because I hated. Sometimes that 6.7 megabyte would be just enough to fit the ISO I wanted on there, you know. Like a 2 gigabyte ISO. If that wasn't taken up, I could put a 2 gigabyte ISO, and that's a pretty common size. So now I'm just going on and on. But anyway, it's running fine, except for it's kind of whining like a tired old something. And but it's running just great on the. I was kind of thinking if there was an app that could show power supplies. There is. They usually come with something for laptops. Yeah, power monitor app. It's not up there, and usually it's already up in there, and you have to turn it off. If it's not a laptop, I have to turn it off. Let's use that Mate search tool. Oh no, that's not. The search tool I use to find apps is XFX App Finder. You have to install that. It doesn't come with Fedora. There, power statistics. That's what I was wanting to look at. It's not showing anything though. Not working. Doesn't have but one tab. It doesn't show anything in the wake ups. It says an error up there, GD bus error. Yeah, well, this doesn't have a battery, so it wouldn't see that. It doesn't see a battery. Okay, so that, where's the shutdown? The power supply is, let me go ahead and switch back to my main machine and get a better camera set up going here for what I'm doing. Kind of wondering about why the fan that's making that whiny noise is still making that whiny noise, and I don't know why. Okay, I'll go to the 4K and desktop and open up the big camera for a little while. And I better look at my make sure everything's working. Okay. Oh, I thought for a second there I didn't have sound. Okay. I'll just do that on the laptop. Yeah, it really makes it harder to know, to keep everything working and know. It's really worrisome not knowing whether or not it's working, because I used to just let this run the whole time I was streaming. Only thing I would do is mute and unmute the audio so it wouldn't bug me, or get into my mic and mess up my sound. But it just can't handle it ever since. Yep, it's working. I think I'm going to leave it on for a little bit, because I know I'm going to be switching again pretty soon. Okay, then I can just glance up there and see what I'm showing. So I was going to say something about these power supplies. It's behind. Oh yeah, it's always behind. Oh, it's upside down to you. Let's see if I can turn it right side up to you. I don't know that you can see it. I was trying to remember. Yeah, well, I've already said what it is. I can't read it at that angle good. Anyway, they're 460 watt power supplies. Yeah. And they do 460 watts. They'll do it. Now, I'm wondering one thing. I think I will. I know I'm taking forever, but it's important to get this stuff right. So, and know what you got. Oh yeah, you gotta wait till. Yeah. Make sure the power's down before you. I'm gonna swap them from the way they were. And while that's like that, I'm gonna give this VGA cable a twist and see if that'll make it quit being purple. Sometimes it'll actually make it work. Okay. That was kind of warm. Okay, now I'm just gonna put them both in there. But I'm going to turn it back on one more time and see. I think I might want to see how that, I can hardly get a hold of that to get it out of there. See how that one I just made, the net install one, see how it does. See if it needs, see if it'll have to be set in old graphics mode to work. Okay, now let's get this thing. My little mic. That's my mic bag. That's trying to take my pants down for me. Okay.
get out of there, back to 4K and camera 1. There we go. So that when we boot it up, we will know that it's, yeah, still got sound and everything. Okay, now I have to move this. Yeah, I have to move it over to that machine. If I do it before, then it works right. Everything works right. And see, if the laptop, if I leave that picture, I can still know that my stream is working and everything, and what the heck I have it on, you know, what view I have it on. Okay, we got it booting back up again. Yeah, I've got my phone in that bag. It's a camera bag, I guess is what it is. My friend that's a photographer gave it to me years ago, photographer. But he got it given to him from I guess from, it says Charter Eye Care, that's a place in local eye care place. So I guess, they gave it to him. So anyway, okay, pay attention. I'm looking up at my stream instead of the monitor here. I hope twisting that didn't make it. Oh yeah, it takes a long time. It may still be purple. Could it be? If you twist it too hard, it will. I think it will kill the signal, or make it worse of a color. And I've never tried to fix it because those wires inside of that cable are so tiny. And I know I've tried to fix it. It's molded plastic, you know, that connector is, the cover on it. And it would be, you'd probably tear it up getting it off of there. It's really hard stuff. It's not soft, it's hard. And you could buy a VGA connector and do it, but getting a, man, it would be so hard. I don't see good anymore. And it'd be so hard to try to get all those pins in the right place. Now it's, fans are kicking up. Let's turn it on. So get my little yeah, it's a purple blink cursor, so I didn't do me any good twisting that cable. There we go. I think that wire is pretty well separated from itself, and not much twisting on the cable will get it to connect. I used to keep it on a machine and make sure never touch it. I used to keep it on my server, my IBM server, when I had a desktop as my server. It's not a real server, it's an IBM desktop. It was I'm going to say commercial, but enterprise desktop, which means it has lousy graphics and low power. It's like that Lenovo i5, that's what it is. It's an enterprise machine. Costs like $1,200 brand new. It's about, it's an i5 processor with 4 gig of RAM, but you know, the desktops at that time were way better than that. And the RAM, I think it's a slower RAM than what was generally in good desktops. It's been, I've had it for 3 to 5 years. I don't know. It does not give any trouble, that's for sure. Other than, okay, we hit 3. I'll stop talking so I can pay attention to what's going on here. Okay, and I don't want to test it. Well, I haven't tested this one yet. Let's test it, because boy, it's a pain in the butt if you know, to figure out what's wrong if you don't test it. It used to take 30 minutes to do that, but that was on CDs. On USB sticks, it's pretty fast. It defaults to testing the media, I think. I think if you don't do anything, it'll go ahead and test it and then boot as normal. Could not something floppy and then it all went away. I don't know if the test failed. If the right, I mean, it did check itself. You know, when it wrote, it was checking the data. I saw that the app was doing that, but looked like that test failed to run. That's what it looked like, and it may have rebooted the machine. I'm thinking it did. I'm going by the blank screen and the sound of the fans. They kind of have different sounds for what they're doing.
that one that's kind of making I hear kind of an electrical buzz that I don't remember it doing before, which I think is probably one of the fans. I guess last time it was pretty loud, and I opened the case with it running to see if I could tell which one, and I think it quit doing it about the time I opened it or something. I can't remember, or right after I opened it. I might ought to do that. I think I'll do that because I expected that little noise to go away. If I'm not here at the keyboard, I won't be able to select anything, but it's not a real big deal. I had this out to use, and I ain't got that far yet. Well, it's not doing it now. It's decided to do something else. I'm gonna wrap this up. I usually don't do that, but there. Okay, I'm gonna open it. It makes the fans get loud, but so it does. I want to make sure that all of them are working. You can't see them very good. I can't see them from that side. Well, you know, if one of them wasn't working, it would show errors on the front. And there's no errors on the front. Yeah, they're all fine. But I'll be getting in here for sure in a little bit if I get to the point of putting in that card. I know I'm irritatingly methodic, but I'm irritating because these days because I can't think good anymore. Oh, that's not how you do that. Yeah, you don't have it. You don't come in at such a slant. You have to be more flat. But the thing hasn't. I don't think it's going to boot. It may be the video problem, just like the other one. I'm going to turn it off. I think it's in the middle of doing something and it doesn't want to shut down like usual. I'll hold it in until it does shut down. There we go. You get it holding in a good long time. Okay. Then we're going to do it again. I'm going to untwist that cable. It was doing it no good to do that. If you get it just right, it actually might do the right colors, though. I do remember, I think it did it once on this server if I had it just right. Okay, now. Let's see. I was worrying about, still looking at my preview up there on the laptop, and I was worrying about how dark it looks, and I thought, well, if I tilt that monitor down a little bit, it won't look so dark. But then I realized, oh, well, one of them's supposed to be dark because it's on the monitor and it's black right now. I want to check it one last time, then I'll turn it. Yeah, everything's still working. I worry, sometimes these my wireless mic going through the Wi-Fi on the phone, it'll quit on me, and I'm hate it when that happens. Go on for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, until I get back into OBS. I don't know it, unless I have that up there, but it can't. It's been running a good while now. Yeah, so I had swapped. Yeah, there it comes. I had swapped the power supplies because I have never had them swapped. I want to make sure that the machine acts the same with them in each, by swapping them. Know for sure that they both work. I believe they do because there's no errors and they both show a green light on the back. But
There's some green lights that light up real big time. You can see them through the vent on this side. 78 degrees now, it's warming up. You just got to hit that F11 one time and it says F11 press, but it's not all on the screen. It's, all I see is kind of I see half of the first one and the rest of the second one and then pressed. Which is not too unusual though with boot screens, you know. I could probably get the monitor to fit to it. Well, the thing is, it's going to change again when it goes to the Fedora boot, and then it'll this is not, you know, as long as I can see what I need to see, there's not much point messing with it. I wonder what the temperature is outside. Okay, number 3. I got an indoor outdoor thermometer. It's 80 in here. If it's cooler outside, that maybe why it's so hot in here, because it's cool outside. Okay, I'm just going to hit the default install Fedora. I'm not going to go to I'm not going to change the graphics mode unless it doesn't work. I want to know if it'll work normally. It's 84 outside. It won't help to open the window. Get hotter probably. It'll get hotter if I open that window. Yeah, because it is supposed to get down to 79 or 76 in the night. But it hasn't done it yet. It's 12:44. Well, it probably won't until 3 or 4, just before it starts getting hot again, before the sun comes up. Yeah, it's working harder, but I don't see no boot. I think the video ain't working. Oh, you can hit Control-Alt-Delete and make it reboot. I just remembered that. Oh, I saw a flash of purple for a second there. Let's wait and see. It might be actually booting. Changing from dark black to light, you know, some backlighting showing in the monitor. Something's happening. Got a feeling that the video ain't working again, just like it in Fedora 29. The newer, yeah, if it didn't work in 29, then Fedora 32 is a lot newer, then it probably won't work on the old. But once you install it, it'd probably find the right driver and just install it when you install it. Shouldn't be a problem. And there's, you know, drivers available for that. That's the other thing. I'm going to be putting that new video card in there. But there's drivers available for that video card too if it did have any problem. I don't use 3D really. I don't play games or anything. So if it finds a good working driver, open source driver, I may not mess with the proprietary drivers. I've got a feeling it's not. The video's not working, looks like before. It's working hard, like it's not getting its data like it should, you know, to tell the fans what to do. The fans are going ramping up. It also makes it get hotter in here when it does that for any length of time. It's 81.9 in here now. It might help to open a window, get some of this circulation going. I think I'll go open the window and I'll either get better or worse. And if it doesn't start working, I'll have to reboot it. I think everything's fine with the power supplies though. Now I'm just kind of like, well, I want to make sure that that thing will boot, that stick. Open that. I got a little fan in the floor I can turn on. Yeah, so maybe if there's any air hotter in here than it is outside, maybe it'll blow out. Usually helps to have that fan on even with the windows shut, just circulating the air. Well, I think it pulls some of the cool air from under the door in here, but I can't have the door open this late to be bothering everybody, and then during the day their TV and everything bothers me, so I never leave it open. Okay, so that ain't working, I don't think. I'm gonna hit Control-Alt-Delete. I think I can reboot it without having to go over there. We'll see. I hit it about 4 times, see if it works. Sometimes when they're in a certain state, desktops, I know do that, so I'm sure I think I remember the servers the same way. When it's in a certain states, it won't respond, and you'll have to go hit that button. It doesn't seem like it's doing it. Let me go look at the front of it. Yeah, I could have it in a, yeah, it's not doing it, I don't think. Made the monitor do something, so I let go of the button. It's not gonna have video, that's the problem. Yeah, do it again. Anyway, for me to be able to get the cameras shined at the back of it and everything, it has to have it in that spot in the room, and it makes it, well, I gotta jump up and down to reach the button. So we're starting over. Yeah, I want to make sure everything does work as it should, as it did the last time I had it up and running before I swap to these other power supplies, because, you know, if there's something wrong, I want to know for sure what it is that made it, you know, what the change was that made it stop working. Yeah, I'm going to put those big power supplies in it before I start installing that video card. Actually, I want to install, well, I can install the video card physically, and then, yeah, it can be in there. It should actually probably work with these newer versions of Fedora better than the onboard video. I'll just have to quit using this VGA cable and start using the, I don't know if my DVI cable will reach that far. I might have to move that thing closer to the rack. All I can use that long cable, because I have a HDMI to DVI adapter, and it does work. I've used it. There it is. But I've got, yeah, because the DVI cables I have are not real long. Yeah, there's one. That's the one I've been using. It's laying there. I used to keep it on one of the computers because one of my computers has a DVI output. And I used to use it with this cable that's got the bad VGA. But the only thing is the KVM switch doesn't do DVI, so I have to use the buttons on the monitor every time I go to that machine, and that gets to be a pain. But it's going to turn out that's going to be to my default machine, and then if I want to do any other machine, I'll have to switch the monitor and then switch the KVM switch. But if I just leave it in DVI mode as the default, it automatically finds whatever machine, whatever type of monitor. I believe it does. Beeps. Oh, okay. Beeps, and then comes up with the menu. 3. Okay, now I'm going to go to Troubleshooting. Press Tab for full configuration. I'm going to do that. I want to see what that says. Oh, I know what that is. I didn't do it yet, but that's when you actually type in. That's where I would go to. Didn't do it. That's where I would go to type in the commands to get it to run remote desktop server so that I could see it over on my other machine. But all you can do from there is do an install. It doesn't have a live system on this one here. This is the Fedora server net install. But you can install Mate desktop, all the other desktops. You don't have to install the server. You can install, I think, most all of the versions that's available with Fedora. Well, it'll be all the x86 versions. But I hit tab and it didn't do nothing. Huh. But the keyboard, well, that's weird. Maybe you have to do it before it gets to this point or something. It's not doing anything when I press tab. Well, I'm going to hit the troubleshooting. Okay, install Fedora and basic graphics node, rescue mode, run a memory test, boot from local drive, return to main menu. Press tab. Still says press tab. Oh, there it is. Now you can type. Yeah, and if I could remember those commands, I could type in what would make it. There's a lot of things you can do, but the one thing I know how to do, I have to go find those commands. I don't remember them. They're real simple, and I can remember them for a few days once I do them. Now, how do you get out of there? Just hit escape. It works. Okay. Got you back where you were. Okay, so I'm going to say install Fedora 32 in basic graphics mode. That should boot it up, and I'll see the install screen, and then I'll know that it should work. Yeah, and it's not seeing any operating system or anything to tell it everything is okay yet. So the fans are just really getting ramped up. Yeah, this way I'll know that it's going to boot to Fedora 32. That was why I was gonna put Fedora 32 on that other USB stick, but then when I realized I was mixed up anyway. I thought I could go ahead while that was writing. I thought I was going to be able to do this, but I couldn't. So I could have went ahead and done what I was thinking. There we go. So you would go through this, and you can hit enter to continue or use the mouse, and you go through all of the. I think I'll go to the next one. Let's see. And to me, I'm the default's English, and click continue. And it's always been a little sluggish to go to the next thing. So don't think it didn't work. It did. Most of the time, 99.999%. No, most of the time. There we go. Takes a bit. So you can set your root password, create your regular user. You need to. It's download installation source. See, it's downloading the group metadata. See, this is going to download it from the internet for you, and then you can do your software selection. But you can't do that until it's finished getting the install source. It's still contacting the server, the Fedora server. Destination. There's not going to be. I'm going to look at that and see if it can see any drives. It shouldn't see any yet, I don't think, because. I already tried a couple of Fedora 29 and a couple other live systems, and none of them could see the drives. So there's no RAID set up. I don't know. I am learning how to do that. I didn't know enough to. Oh, I did look in there. I couldn't find that area at first, but inside of the I forgot what they call it. I gave it some special letters, but in the BIOS and the RAID BIOS. Now we're ready. See installation source. Closest mirror. I'm not going to go into the software selection yet. Let's go. Yeah, and it's cutting off a little bit of the left, but I think it'll be all right. Now, let's see if we can. Yeah, it doesn't see any disk, and you can add a disk. Okay, you can do multipath devices. What's that? Port target LUN. Oh yeah, I know what LUN is now because Morton was made some videos on how to set them up. Their network. They're another type of network drive like SAN. Target W. I don't know what WWID is. Multipath devices, vendor interconnect, WWID, SAN devices, vendor interconnect. I don't know how to do these things. And then NVDIMM devices. These are all namespace mode. Those are all network. Most of that stuff's network stuff. I don't know what what vendor's talking about, interconnect or WWID. I know SAN. Yeah, SAN is a particular type of server you set up to serve up, disk space. Then down there you can add a iSCSI target. That's a network drive. That one I did play with on the virtual machines, and I think I actually got one working one time. I don't FCOE SAN. I don't know what that is. I mean, it's another kind of SAN. So search by part target LUN.
Yeah, you got to write. You got to type stuff in there. You got to know what you're doing for both of those. So I'm gonna go. I guess you have to just go done. Done. Leave it on done. Go. I just wanted to go back. Let's see. I don't know if I'm gonna get to go back. May not let me go back to where I was. Local and yeah, there's no disk showing up to it because I haven't set up the RAID. Oh yeah, it finally let me go back. And then the software selection, I always set up my host name, give it a regular host name. I don't go with the default. And like I would give it, you know, HP DL380 D7 probably is what I would do. Something that I'll know for sure which machine it is. Now see, it defaults to Fedora server, but there's a custom operating system, minimal install, workstation, cloud server, KDE, XFCE, LXDE, LXQT, Cinnamon, and Mate. Sugar desktop, that's the one for kids. So in it can fool. I swear the older versions of the net install, like Fedora 10 or 15 or something, or maybe 19 or 20, would let you pick all different sections on the left, and then add-ons, you know, specific softwares on the right, and mix and match, and it would work. But you can't do it. At least you couldn't all the way up to Fedora 28. If you pick Mate Desktop, and whatever shows up on the right, that's what you get to choose from, and which is pretty good. It helps you get a good start, though. See, like I can pick audio production. That'd be the audio production group. It's group installs, administrative tools, you know, 3D printing, LibreOffice. Some of them are group installs. Like LibreOffice is just the LibreOffice suite, but cloud infrastructure, and that's the server stuff that you can put that on. You know, you could set up a server with Mate Desktop, I think. I don't know if there's enough in here to let you do that or not. What I ended up having to do, I wanted to have the Mate Desktop on my servers. The last time I did it, I think it was Fedora 27. I installed the regular server and got all the things I wanted in there, and then I went back and used in the command line and installed Mate Desktop. And then I did it again on the, not the laptop, the Acer laptop, but yeah, the Acer laptop, and it worked, but you had to type startx Mate to get it to work. And before, you had the login screen and everything on the version before that. And no matter what I did everything, you know, stuff some sites I found that tell you how to do it, and I did everything several times, make sure I didn't screw up, and it never could. I always had, if I wanted to go into the desktop, I had to manually type startx at the command line, log in, you know, log in as the user, either root or me, you know, and then. Anyway, yeah, you've got all the server stuff in here, so you could build, looks to me like you could pretty well build a server. I just don't see web server. That's what I want. Network services, window managers. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Design suite, that's a group. Development tools. Editors, electronics lab, free IPA server, headless management, network servers. I do not see anything that looks like about a web server in this when you're on Mate Desktop. So that's the way it has been for a while now, several years. But if you wanted to custom, let's see. Looks like it didn't really change what was on the right. Yeah, it did. Just happened so fast because this machine's so powerful. So, oh, then there's some more. There's web server down there. I didn't ever go to the bottom. Deep End Desktop. I don't know what that is. Deep End Development and Creative Workstation. Huh. Doesn't look like what I would call development. There's audio production. Oh, okay. But it has Ruby on Rails and all kinds of stuff in there too. Never did learn how to use that. Pretty old now. A web server, that's the one I believe I would start with. I think that's, if I remember right, to get just a web server. And you won't have you won't be able to install a graphic desktop, but you can install everything you want in your web server. You start with the basic web server, and then if you want to add some other things, And what I did when I knew I was going to put Mate on there, I would install things that I knew would only work on the graphic user interface, but then later when I installed Mate, they would be there already. And infrastructure server and basic desktop. Development, but I think the development workstation would have genome-free desktop on it, and I wouldn't like that. So, looks like it's going to work. That might be the way I end up doing it. That way I can start up, as long as it's the VNC remote desktop server, as long as that's still in here and I can still do that, then that's what I would do. I'm going to say quit. Are you sure? Yes, I want to quit. It's always better to use the software to stop things if you can. Terminated. I have been terminated. Now, I don't know if it's going to shut down or what it'll do. It's still running. It does feel better to have some air moving, even though it's still 81.5 degrees in here. So that was a good move. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and shut it on down. Okay. Yeah, well, when I change out those power supplies, I'll find out if one of those fans are noisy or not. I might have been a happy accident that I decided to get other power supplies. I mean, you can change those power supplies out, fans out, but you need to know which fan. With that many fans in the machine, you got to know have some way to figure out which one's giving you trouble. You can't really do it by listening with them all so close together. Okay, so we're going to get back to our other camera setup. And I keep forgetting where the things I want are on this thing. 1 and 4K. Yeah, 4K and desktop. And then when I open up the camera, should be okay. We've still got a good mic there. Okay, now, before I take off to do anything else, I'm going to look up here, make sure I'm still working good. That fan's pretty loud to me. Hopefully it's not picking up in the... I usually run it on low setting, but it was so hot in here, I put it on high. Might turn it down. It's really starting to bug my head, my ears. But yeah, okay, so we should be good. I'm gonna leave that, no, yeah, let's leave it on for a bit till I'm happy that everything's working. I think I will be okay with it turned down. It sounds like a model airplane running when it's on high. Okay. Time to change power supplies. Okay. Let's just put this. No, that'll be in the way of the camera. This box here. Here's what I want. Some of this bubble wrap. I didn't want to just. Okay. There we go. These things get hot. I was trying to see if I could spin a blade and see, but there's these things that look like blades, but they're not blades. They're the guards. But
Here's the new ones. And I've already had them out looking at them and everything. I think I'll put these in the box. Okay, now. Take a look at that. Now these are, those are actually the high efficiency ones and these aren't, but there's just a tiny little difference in those ratings. 12 volts is 62.5 amps max. I think that's 150 watts. I figured that up once. And 12 volt USB is 2.5 amps and 750 watts. And they will do the whole 750 watts just like those other ones will. So let's get these in. Okay. Yeah, for right now I won't fool with, you know, wrapping and re-wrapping those other ones. Let's see. Now this one should have the same thing on it. Let's see if I can. It takes so long for it to. Can't see it. Can't read it like that. Okay. And I think that these, I didn't know that, I don't know, well, servers that may have been doing it for a long time. I noticed that I was watching one of Morton's videos today, and of course he has 240 volts over there where he lives, and we use 110. I mean, we have 240, but we don't have it run out through the whole house. We have 110 on everything, except for like air conditioners and dryers and kitchen stoves and stuff. We have 240, 220 to 240 on them. So, you know, we don't have any spare 240, 220. But what I'm trying to say is I think it automatically senses whatever it'll take anything from 110 to 240 around in there. I think I was trying to see where it said that. See if it said that on here. It should say input. There it is, input. 100 volts to 240 volts. 9 to 4.5 amps. So, and I believe there's no switches on these things that, you know, like desktops, you always had to make sure you switched them, and all kinds of electronics. You know, you're way back when I was young, you didn't see things like that. Everything was 110 because things were made in America, you know, for America. But as they started importing more and more stuff, you had to pay attention to that little switch and make sure you picked 110 volts. All it would do to us was just not wouldn't run. But if you were in overseas and you had it set on and it was set on 110 and you plugged it into 240, I think it would damage it. I'm not sure because I've never been overseas, but okay. Now we're just going to try out these power supplies. Now I'm going to go ahead and use that other USB because it'll go into an actual operating system. So instead of just the installer. And I think I'm going to put it in the front just so I can find out. I think I already know that it will start from the front. But it's good to know those things. Like if I get it in the rack and I want to boot it up to something temporarily, I'll know, yeah, I can just put it in the front. Yeah. But definitely the onboard video chip needs the old drivers on Fedora 29 and 32. The old compatibility mode. Okay, now. Oh, you'll have to jump right back up. So I'm going to close this and get back to the other setup. Where is it? Yeah, 1. Yeah, 1 and 4K. Leave it just like that. Okay. And still make sure everything's working as it should. Okay. Oh, I have to switch. Yeah. I have to switch to the KVM switch. Now, damn it, it's been so long, I'm starting to need another break. Oh, let's check all the lights. So we got 2 green lights in the back. It sounded a little different, so I started to say maybe that noise was from the... Yeah, it does, the lights are the same. It uses the number 1 by default. And the other one, the light on the front don't come on at all. I guess it only comes on when it's being used. So I suppose that would be a good way to find out if it's, if you turn it on, what sounds like sharing mode in the BIOS, sharing the load mode. If that other light comes on, you'll know it's sharing the load. So that might be, if that big old video card does need even more than that. I don't think, well, like I said, I think it puts out exactly 150 watts on the 12-volt rail. Now it's loud, but if it did need more, I might be able to get a little more out of both of them together. Well, that's good, because that's the first time I plugged those in, and I was beginning to worry, because, you know, you have like, I think there's 30-day or 90-day, you know, warranty on those used power supplies. This hasn't been 90 days yet, but I think tomorrow is my last day to be able to return the video card or the cable. And I was like, holy crap, the other day I was like, I got to get this going. I wouldn't want to be stuck with a $160, $70 video card. It didn't work. And I mean, you know, if you try, I mean, you can still send them back on the manufacturer warranty, but, you know, you're going to spend a bunch of money sending them back. And as far as I remember, and I don't know about the cable, but the video card, I think you can send it back to Amazon for free, you know, if it didn't work. You got to pay attention. You know, it's always, depending on who the seller is what you're going to get. I already feel warmer now that I turned that fan down, though. It was moving some air. Okay, number 3. Yeah, it works fine on the front or the back. I had trouble. I think I might have had trouble because I just wasn't. See, I have to go to troubleshooting, and then go to basic graphics mode, top one. Okay. Yeah, it's booting up. Looks to me like that there's... Oh, it's behind. I was going to say, look like... There it is. There's nothing. I'm looking at my preview, but it's quite 30 seconds behind what's actually going on. So I think I'll go ahead. Oh, it got a funky looking graphics thing. I think it's been doing that every time. But, 30 seconds. There we go. Now it's booted up and ready to log in. I think I have to log in. I'm going to close that browser on the laptop before it gives me trouble. Yeah, I don't think that this 29 and newer probably logs in automatically like they used to. There's a little bit cut off on the screen, so as long as the monitor is in automatic mode, you can turn it off, turn it back on, and it'll automatically fit it. It's not doing it. Let's see, now you can do it. I'm going to do it this time. Oops. I don't remember the buttons good. There we go. Auto adjust is off. I think there's something about I don't know how to get it to do it. Take it. I hate these things where it's like these weird sequence of button presses to make things work. And it depends on where you are as to what the sequence is. Drives me insane. Can't ever get it right. I thought once you got there, there. I don't have no idea hardly what I did. Barely even know what it worked. But the auto adjust was off. I think there's something about when I plug it into that server, maybe when I plug it in late like I did the first time, it somehow automatically turns off the auto adjust in the monitor. Because that hasn't gone out of auto adjust since the last time, well, the first time I booted up that server. But usually I don't forget to plug it in. Usually if I did forget to plug it in, I would just shut it back down and plug it in with it not running instead of doing it like I did. That may be what causes it. Displays. Set as primary. 1024 by 768. That's what it's putting out. Okay. And looking under the hard power management. Let's see if it shows anything this time. Oh, now it looks normal. On AC power. Put the computer to sleep, never. Display, never. It won't stick, it's a live system, but when something button is pushed, ask me. Oh no, this would be the shutdown. When the suspend button is pushed, ask me. I don't think it has this. Well, I guess it does, that one button. Yeah, that's the way I would want that. Okay. And, oh, that was not the battery power, that was the other power. Yeah. That's why it worked and looked different. I bet the screensaver is on. I'm not going to be leaving this on. I don't know why I'm going through all this. This is the first thing I always do on a system is don't have the I don't mind the screensavers, but I definitely don't want it locking the screen. Especially, I don't know what it would do in a live system, but I don't want screensaver coming on at all. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm crazy. Playing with all this stuff in here. Luckily, there's not a whole lot in here. So I'll be done quick. Okay, departed. Yeah, if you go into, I'm going to look in, well, let's look in the system monitor first. Yeah, power statistics didn't work. It just still doesn't work. I don't know if that app will end up working in here or not. System monitor. 24 cores. Same exactly the way it was a while ago. I mean, it shouldn't change. That was pretty interesting, kind of looking at the hard drive, figuring out really the live system and how it does.
I wish those would stay. Well, I think they will stay where you put them. One of these apps, these system monitor apps, doesn't. Every time you open it back up, it goes back to squishing everything together where you can't even read it. Yeah, system monitor. Okay, nothing new to see in there. I do want to go into Gparted, but I know the only thing I'm going to see is the USB stick. But let's make sure. Okay, yeah. DevSDA, mate, live, 1.86 gigabytes. See, that sees it in a little bit different size still yet. No other drives to be seen. And if any drives were seeable by the operating system, it would see it, even if they're not mounted. Gparted would. And this other Oblivion GUI, I have seen, I don't think it's Oblivion, but there's another one, I think it was Genome Disk Manager or something that would see things sometimes Gparted couldn't see it when you just got through formatting it and hadn't been reset or something, I don't remember, or if there was an error or something. But even when you move that, you still can't read that whole thing. That's stupid. Okay, so all it sees is just the SDA cruiser pattern. It doesn't say SDA1, it says SDA. Different apps. Show them different. I swear it said SDA1 in Gparted. So, to add to the confusion of learning, if you came from Windows, which I did, in 2005, let's see. So, I know the Ethernet's hooked up and it should be working. I haven't ever opened the browser or anything. I want to run it a little while to see that it's, no errors, no problems. Yeah, we got internet. And I don't believe, where's the bookmarks? I don't think there's really any in there. Well, there should be some. Yeah, the Fedora project. Get Fedora, more downloads. Let's just go to some of these links. So this is where I went, when I was showing about where to download it. And then Fedora Project Wiki, there's another page they've got where I guess people can write things. I don't know, it looks like maybe they're writing it. It's pretty neat looking. I didn't realize they had a wiki page. And then what's this one? AskFedoraProject.org. Oh, I think this might be their forum where you can ask questions. I think so. I run into their forum all the time just by searching Google for information, Fedora Planet. This is like a magazine. There's one called Fedora Magazine, but this one looks like it's kind of like a magazine. It's telling you how to do things. They have all kinds of help that I don't read all this stuff very often. I just search Google for a specific thing and whatever page it leads me to. And if I see that it's Fedora, I usually do go there first because it's going to be the right answer. I don't like forums because you can have anybody and their dog telling you stuff, and they can, if I know a lot about a subject, then it's not too hard to go through a forum. But if I don't, they could sound like they know what they're talking about, and they're just bass actards, and they don't know what they're talking about, So I go to forums for the last of everything. Sometimes that's the only place you can find something. I don't know what this is about, but what is this? Community blog. Oh, okay. Join the Fedora project. Writer, designer, people person, OS developer, translator, developer, or administrator. I'm not any of those. I used to write on my blog a lot, but I can't think straight enough to write a story hardly anymore. Okay, let's see, what's this? Community blog. Now there's one that says more downloads. Spins, Labs, ARM, alternative. Yeah, we've already went through all that. So that comes with Fedora if you, all those links. I think that's how I originally found some of them. I just don't use those links because I like to have that up. Yeah, they're right here. If you don't mind having that up there, they're at the top. But I don't like having that there. It bugs me. And I put what I want in there, you know, like links to my live dashboard and all that stuff, things I use all the time. And so what I do is I open it, I make it show, and then I make it not show because it just drives me crazy having all. Every time I look at the page, I start reading those words. I'm like, oh, that's just my links, you know. And they take up space. So I don't like that. So looks like we do have good power supplies. Let me go around there and look at the lights and buttons again. And I don't know if I really need to swap them. I don't guess it's necessary. There's a green light on both of them, just like the other two. And the front, number 1 is lit up green and number 2 is dark. And that's how it's been. Every other light on there is dark. You know what? And then there's a little card you can pull out with the default information. I was thinking there was, what does it have on there? Let's see, product number, serial number, barcodes, DNS name, username, administrator, password. That's the default password for ILO, which I've been in there. In the ILO BIOS. I can't get in it remotely, but I can get it on the local machine. I still haven't been able to get in on it. I think the problem is I don't have the, I'm going to have to, I don't have the Java, I got it written on my notes that I need Java 8 to get in there. I don't even have Java installed, but I do have some open source Java players, but evidently they may not work. And then again, it could be something else. I can't remember the stuff I read. I studied that manual a lot about that, hoping I would be able to. Well, it's not, you know, it's still, when it ramps up, it still makes pretty similar noise. But right now, it's not very loud. Definitely louder than, you know, it's about as loud as a regular desktop. And I've been running that. That Lenovo is really quiet. I can't hear it unless I'm within like 10 inches of it. When that laptop gets to whirring with its fan, you know, when it gets hot, I hear it way louder than the Lenovo. But it's kind of, I doubt, see, I got a compressor noise gate on my mic, so OBS has that built into it. On these lapels I have compressor noise gate in OBS, and on my SM58 I have a VAMP2 effects processor for that. And so usually I've got to be pretty close to the source of the sound, and it needs to be pretty loud for it to pick up. I noticed on some of the videos when I'm sitting there going, boy, it's getting pretty loud now, and you don't even hear it in the video, you know. Depending on which, especially if I'm using the SM58, because it itself doesn't pick up very much. It's real good. That's what it's designed for, to use on a live stage with the band, you know. It's designed to not pick up background noise, just pick up the person that's close to it. And these lapels are condenser mics, and they, by design, will pick up everything in the room, but with the compressor and the noise gate, it cuts a bunch of that out. Well, these are lapel mics, so I don't think they're like, there's a lot of different designs of condenser mics, so they're not like some of the ones that you can hardly stand them because they pick up everything but the voice, you know. These are not expensive. Can't remember. This is a dual lapel mic, wired lapel that I plugged into my phone, and then it's Wi-Fi over to the computer into OBS. But they're 20 or 25 bucks is what I paid for them. They're not bad. You used to couldn't get any kind of mic worth using for that cheap. Thanks, China. At least you did something for us. Now, if you would actually like make your cameras even somewhat near what you say they are, then I'd be happy. That camera I've got over there ain't nothing like 48 megapixel 4K is what they say it is. But And I knew it said that it's a 13 megapixel CMOS sensor. It said it was Sony, but I can't prove that unless I take it apart. But their upscaling software doesn't get nowhere near 48 megapixels. It's grainy no matter what mode you use. And even when you set, there's like a 1080p setting that has supposed to have 60 frames per second. I really can hardly tell any difference in any of them, except for the top one, the 4K. It's laggy. If you move the camera, hardly, you know, like you got to move so slow, I can't hardly do it. When you're panning and stuff, it'll just be jumping, you know, it'll be jerky looking. So anyway, all right. What's the next thing? Let's look at what shot I got again. And I think I'm actually ready to shut it down and put the video card in it. Let me make sure. I'll make sure what's the shot I got going here. I may be able to just do that without changing anything. Oh yeah, I'll shut it down. I will have to go back on my computer and change it to, I'll use, you know, I mean, I will be wanting to boot it up again in just a minute, but yeah, I want to go ahead and switch back now. So I go ahead and shut him down from the software here. And while that's happening, I go over here to my machine and switch back to the wide angle camera. Getting too hot in here again. 81.9. Yeah, that thing, it's handy, but it also, well, it bothers me more when I didn't have, just had that, well, I don't know how long I've had it, a year or two now in here, but when I didn't have a thermometer in here to know what I can see, it's an indoor outdoor, you know, there's a sensor that goes out the window, and so I can see what it is outside and then what it is in here, and that helps me know whether to open the window and all that. But also, sometimes it drives me crazy. I'm like, why am I hot? I can't be that hot in here. And with the thermometer, oh yeah, it is that hot in here. Now it's 82. Okay. Yeah. 4K in desktop. Turn on the camera. I can use it for, I have used it one time. Well, I didn't have two cameras in there, just one though. And I can't get rid of those. I can't, there's nothing that this little app will do. It's a new app, and it won't, like, I would like to just go full screen and get rid of oh, that's a move. It looks like a full screen thing, but it's just a move. You can't see what I'm doing anyway. So yeah, now we're like I want to be. Okay. Okay, so we've got it shut down. I'll leave those there, leave that plugged in. But I'm going to unplug the power from it. Touch the case so that I don't, I'm leaning on it. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So I'm going to get him open again. Oh, that's sharp. There's something really sharp right there where I grabbed it. Okay. I didn't know that was there. Bag won't stay up. If I put it up over my belt, then it'll wants to pull my pants down, so I don't want to do that. So you just got some little thumb screws here. Yeah, you can see. Oh, it's delayed. I was like, why don't I see my hand? Yeah, I think there's 3 of them to get this PCI riser out. You got little handles. There you go. And let's see. Yeah, I think you got to leave them up like that, or do you? I'm going to turn them down so that I can lay it here. Now, see, I've only got one riser card, actual riser card. I don't know which camera's the best one to go to. I think that might be better. So I've got one riser card, and I may have to. Oh, I already moved it. That's the one I believe I have to put the video card in. Let's put it up here on this to do that. Yeah,
I don't want it to drop down in there and hit something and hurt some of them electronics or anything. And I've showed more of the inside. I got 64 gig of RAM, and let's see, every RAM slot is full. So those are I think they're 4 gigabyte RAM blocks. It can go like 256, but you have to have a lot bigger. I guess, what, 16 megabyte or something? Oh, I need to check this out before I actually put the card in there. Okay, so this cable, it's got a Velcro on it, but I can't see or feel the end of it. That's right, it came with that. There it is. That might be handy for cable management here in a little bit. Okay. Oh. Yeah, so what it does is it comes out of the 10-pin. I think it'd be better if I came over here. Yeah. Actually, it'd be better if I stayed back here. You're not going to, see it up close anyway. I guess if I'm over here, I can block that monitor. Anyway, this is the 10-pin side, and it's not, there's 2 of them that aren't populated, and it wires off. One of them's the 8-pin for your video card. They are all populated. And the other one has one Molex connector for regular Molex, whatever would take a Molex, and one SATA. Pretty cool cable, assuming it all works like it's supposed to. So it's color coded like a regular computer, and so is the server, I think. Well, actually, I'm not sure if it is. They're all wrapped in fancy wrap. Well, just like that. This has got that plastic wrap on it too, the cable housing. But these have it too. But they go all the way up to the connector. You can't see the colors of the. Well, now there's some. No, they're not like regular. But this is like regular PC. So I'm expecting. I think I did. Yeah, I did use with a multimeter. I wrung them out to make sure that they didn't go to the wrong place. Like I beeped them out with the continuity tester. But I'm gonna put that up here for now. I'll probably wrap it and keep them from going all over the place. But anyway, I want to see that I'm getting the right voltage out of the right place. I didn't need to take that riser cord out yet because I wanted to test the cable first. At least now I don't know the pinout on the video card, and I couldn't find it, so I don't think that XFX company is going to be handing out data sheets and drawings for their equipment, so I don't think I'll be finding that. And it's not marked. I actually did that in one of my videos. I'm trying to. Okay, let's see. But it does, like I said earlier, it kind of worries me. If I had that endoscope over here, I could just. There, but it'd take too long. I think I did in one of my videos show all these connectors with it. Yeah, I did. Okay, it goes right in there like it should. And yeah, I'm not going to put it down there on those caps. I'll just run it. That's a plastic cover over the memory, so I can run it through here and to wherever the video card is going to end up being. It's going to end up being on this side. If that doesn't look like it'll fit, then I'll put it back over here, but if for some reason I decided that's where it would fit. So, but first I want to, I'm going to stick it out the back like that and put that riser card back in there. The Velcro is just spinning. I'm trying to hook it up and use my tester. I thought I was going to have to open the lid to do the testing, but I won't. That's going to be able to stick out the back, I think. No, wait. Yeah, I can stick it out, but it has to go out right there. Okay. So, okay, well then I'll just... Yeah, there's no riser cord over on that side, so I'll get it out of the way anyway to make sure it doesn't... It's this one that it goes plugged into. Looks like that metal's going to go. I think I'm going to have to stick it through now if it'll fit. Oh, it's not going to fit. Well, it doesn't have to go all the way. You know what? I don't see any reason why this thing wouldn't start up without that riser cord in there. Yeah. I just shut the lid so that it won't make as much noise. Yeah, because you wouldn't necessarily have to have any riser cords in it, and there aren't any switches on it on where it connects or anything. These are not, you know, they don't even actually, they only help raise it up. They don't pull it down. So, yeah, and that's where the SD card and the USB's over there. So I'm gonna put the lid back on it because it really gets loud and annoying when it's. Okay. Well, let's put it on after I start it because I want to see. I want to make sure I can see if anything, if it's almost a spark or anything like that. Okay, but I still need to. Well, there's no need to show. I don't care where. I don't actually care whether it boots or not. It can just try to boot and it'll go into the, you know, the video won't work, and then I'm gonna leave the USB stick in there. Oh, it won't. I don't know what it'll go to. I think I better switch back so I can use them. I better do that. Switch back so that I can be using the keyboard and everything. So what does that mean? I need to switch this off of this machine. What I'm trying to, oh yeah, I can do that and still use the same camera view. Except for the longer I use this, the more it works this machine. So let's don't leave it running too long. Okay, go back to that way. It might actually turn into something that we need to see anyway. Yeah, now I can switch to the KVM. I mean, switch to KVM. Yeah. Oh, I didn't plug in the power yet. Ow, that's hot. I mean, that 750 watt gets hot. That was one thing I was kind of worried about, is how much more heat would be put out by the bigger power supplies, but I guess we'll find out. Oh, I guess you can't turn it on like that. Yes, you can. I just didn't hold the button in long enough. Okay, I gotta go over here to my. First, I want to make sure I don't have some crazy. If they had any kind of sparking or smoke or smell or anything, I would yank those power cables out of there fast. Or any weird lights, yeah, any warning lights or anything. Should just have loud fans with the door open like that. If it doesn't get real loud, I guess I can leave it open. I don't know. I don't necessarily want it open while it's running, though, because I don't want to short something out. Okay. Well, I'm going to get over here. I know it's about time to hit F11. I think, unless I missed it already. We'll see. Oh, now it's getting loud. I think that's just the normal ramp up before it sees what it should do.
Here we go. I see the little purple cursor. That's, of course, it would be white if it wasn't for that weird cable, messed up cable. There we go. What's funny is I think in the video it doesn't show up near as purple. Looks closer to normal, I think. That's what it looks like in the preview up there. It looks like it has a little more blue in it instead of purple. Looks like it's white and blue and black. That's something about how this camera is working. Maybe because it's set at low light so that it can pick up the monitor and all that stuff. I don't know. I really don't. It actually seems to look better in the video than my normal monitor does. I've been talking about it this whole time, and I just now got to looking at it in the preview. It beeps because I hit F11 and it wants me to pick a boot device. So, I was going to test the media. We're going to go to troubleshoot and then start. I think I will go ahead and stop my preview up there before the laptop gets tired. So far, the thing hasn't gone to running loud or anything with the door open. I figured it would. If it doesn't get loud, I guess it's fine to leave it open. If it starts getting loud, it might be that it's warming up too much. There we go. Now my screen is fit right after I guess it stayed on automatic. So I'll leave. I'll open up the system monitor and yeah, I'll leave it like that. I can't even remember. I think did I switch to, I don't know which camera I'm on. I should have just left it open, I guess. It's important to know what camera is being shown to the world there, or you don't know what to do with, you know, like when I want to walk up and show stuff at a camera. You gotta know that. Normally I can just use the OBS preview, but not whenever you have to switch off of that machine with the KVM. Okay, so I don't have the wide angle camera, okay. Because I wanted, I thought it might be good to show, now I want to be on the wide angle camera. I'm gonna have to have a cough drop. Now it's not important to show what the monitor is showing. It's important to show what I'm doing. So with one camera at the back end and the other one at the whole room, that's pretty good. I'm gonna get me a cough drop while I'm waiting for that to come in, and I'm sure that I've got what I think I've got. There, it's coming up. Okay. As long as we've still got sound, we're golden. I don't hear any sound yet, but yeah. I wasn't talking, I was getting a cough drop. Okay. So, I'll get my multimeter. You know what, I'm going to shut that lid because I don't want
have a test lead hit something in there or anything bad to happen. There. And that gives me a work surface. Gives me a workbench. I may have to I guess I could try putting a little bit of that up there. Maybe it won't get so bad. Have to stop the headwaters before they get to run away. I could have stepped around out of the camera, but then you'd still hear it. And when you're tied to lapel mics, you're stuck. Okay. DC, I think I might be able to. I don't think it can be read though. I'd have to put it where I can't see it. So you'll have to just. I'll leave it like that. It might be. I don't know if it can be read or not, but it looks like it's. I can see that it's pointing towards the deal. No, I'm just checking voltage. Where's my? Can't see the. Yeah, DC. I'm not gonna take the skins out of the covers off of these. Yeah, there's all kinds of jumpers on these. There's two jumpers that make a circle back to the grounds. It looks like the grounds are all on the back. Power all on the front. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we've got 3 yellows. We should have 3 12 volts. Okay. One thing I don't like, I'm still not all that used to a digital multimeter. I had a analog realistic meter since the 70s, and it still works, but the cables need repairing on it. I haven't repaired them, but I can't see. I used to could read it without no glasses, but now I can't. Should be able to just put that. I'll check all the grounds, but first, 1, 2, 3, 12, 20, 28. 12.28. 12.28. Now I'm going to check all the grounds and make sure. I'll leave it on 1, and oh, that's that split apart section. That was kind of stuck in there. 12.27. I can't see the darn. 12.28. 12.28. Okay, it's all the way it's wired. I can't check that. There's too little to do the SATA. Molex I can check. It does have 5 volt on it. So where's the ground? This is the second one. I can't. Actually, you may be able to see where I'm at. That's actually getting some light on it, and I can see it. There's 2 grounds, I think. Oh, that's going to the. It twists, kind of twists and goes up to 2 grounds on the. I can't check that SATA. It's too little for these. 12.27. This should be 5 volt. Oh yeah, that orange one is a sensor wire probably. That's what orange usually is. But it goes to the SATA. Skip some modex. Oh, okay. Looks like there's separate grounds for each. Yeah, there would be. Well, I guess. Yeah, 4.97. So I'm not. Now I feel better about plugging that thing up and using it. I can really feel the heat coming off of this thing. Okay, now I'll shut it down, unplug it again, put my card in. Uh-oh. I ran this one too long, the video is freezing. I don't know if it's the camera or the computer, but get off of that. I'm going to turn that fan up on high. It's just too hot in here. But I'll go ahead and put it on the screen. Yeah. Go ahead and shut it down with the software. Assuming it comes back, yeah. It's like a little bit of work goes to every CPU core. Shut down. This is the one thing about this machine, especially with this power supplies. I think there may be it feels, I don't know if it's just because I've been running it longer or if it actually puts out more heat, a noticeable amount of more heat. Then I wouldn't think that as long as they're not being pushed that they would put out more heat than the others. Now, I'll turn that fan up. If if it was working hard, like if I was rendering videos or something, and I would think that its maximum output would definitely put out more heat than the 460 watt ones. But now I want to use that other camera, but this other camera, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. You'll be able to see what I'm doing though. I put this. I guess I should have left the lid on there until I got the video card in there. Put it back on there. Gives me a place to work. There we go. Now, nose is running like a faucet again. I guess because I have the windows open. It's getting to my allergies now. Plus the heat. That heat will tear me up worse than anything. Let me go ahead and get straightened up here. My glasses back on. It'll help. Let me go ahead and make sure everything's sounds still working. I'll just close this preview because that's where I'm going to leave it for a while. And if the machines aren't working hard, then they won't be making as much heat. Okay. Yeah, let's get out this card. Now, I've did a kind of an unboxing on this already, so if you like that sort of thing, you can watch some of these earlier videos on this thing. I've got a whole playlist on my channel. I do that with all my most of my videos end up being a series because that's that's how I roll because I'm so slow. Okay. There's a manual and it's like a cardboard folder. And there's a power cable, but it won't work with my server. Papers. There is a CD, but they said on the, I think I went and looked on their manufacturer XFX site. They said, don't use the CD, and if you can help it, you go to get the newest one from their website. They do have Linux drivers that support Red Hat, which Fedora is made by Red Hat. So that just tells you how to change the fans, I guess. I think one thing, people like to put different colors of LED lighted fans in them and stuff. I've been seeing that in videos. I have to drop all this down in the crack between this stuff. I'm gonna put these, oh stop. Oh, I think it's right there. If you're connected to the internet, hi, we're making download the latest drivers. Yeah. That's where I saw that. So the cables, I guess I'll, at least for right now, I'm gonna leave them in the box. I'll probably put these somewhere because you know you don't have. I'll keep the box for a while, but it'll probably be out in the garage or something. And if I used to leave all this stuff in the boxes, and then 5 years later, I'm like, that's where that stuff is. I couldn't find it, you know. And in the box out in the garage. So I got to where I try to put my CDs in under my desk over there, and nose is absolutely going nuts. Does help to have that fan on high. I can feel air moving now. And the temperature went down from 81.982 to 81.7. I guess I should get, yeah, I'm going to step off here and get some allergy pills. It's been hours now since I've had any. I think that's one of the things. Take my nighttime ones. That way I won't stay up until noon doing this. I still have a cough drop in my mouth. Not anymore. I swallowed it. Couldn't help it. I didn't want to put it in my hand, it'd be sticky. All right, so. Let's get our I'm trying to look over there at my preview on my camera, and I thought, well, I'm just at the very top of the picture. So here she is. A good looking card. got some plastic on it that needs to come off. I'm gonna sit down, I think, for a minute. So I can't, I couldn't, gotta get to where I can see this stuff. And it's really wrapped around there. I think I'll get a knife to get in under here to get this off. There we go. It's got sticky on it. It's not just... I got a utility def down here. I didn't think it would take tools to get the plastic off of it. Dang it. I don't like this stuff that's that hard to get off. I guess it's good to, you know, kind of protect this stuff so it doesn't get scratched, but I mean, that's really stuck on there. It's got stickum on it. Usually, you know, it's kind of like, not like that. That's kind of like tape. It's not really, really sticky like, you know, like packing tape or something, but it's definitely not just like heat shrinked on there. It has got sticky to it. That's usually what it is, you know, that it's just kind of like heat shrinked on there and it comes off. Once you get a hold of a corner, it comes right off. Yeah, you can, it shows you on there in the instructions, one of the first things they show you is how to, there we go. It's got sticky on it though. Usually I don't actually throw that stuff away, but it's hard to get off. This is a RX-570P8DFD6. A bunch of more long numbers, made in China. And this is an AMD. There's some more of that plastic over a hole. But there's also a sticker, and I was like, wait, I don't want to pull that sticker off there. Looks like it could come off pretty easy. Oh, there's more. Oh, great. Went in the carpet. There, I got it. It was stuck to my finger, didn't want to let go. I need to unplug this power before I forget. I don't want to be plugging and unplugging this stuff from the motherboard with the power in it. It'd probably be all right, but because servers are, well, they're less delicate than desktops, and I have forgotten enough times and never heard a desktop, but no point in being so stupid about it either. So there's a protector here, pretty nice one actually, for the contacts on the main board for it. Make sure there's no screws looking like they're falling out of it or anything. It's got a big heat pipe in there. Yeah, this is good. This dude here is gonna make some heat. That's why I had that box there. I didn't want to. It's not scratched up at all, and I don't want to scratch it up. It will probably end up being scratched up at some point. Let's see. There's covers on all of the connectors too. Oh, it's got 3 display connectors and 1 DVI-D. I'm not sure which one I'm going to use. I'm going to leave those protectors on there until I actually plug something in, I think. Well, I don't want it to be... I'm not sure which one I'm going to... I'm just looking at them right now. I think that's the DV... Yeah. 1 DV HDMI, 3 display ports. I really didn't know what was the big deal about display ports until today. I was watching a video. I've never paid attention to it. Bob Morton. And he had bought him 2 new monitors, 28-inch 4K monitors. Well, I've never, you know, mine aren't even high end. Mine are around a little over 1080 they'll do, but 1080 is what I run because that's what this machine would run. But no, and besides, you know, if you get the higher resolution, then you've got to reset everything to make it big enough where you can read it. if you get to a certain point, it doesn't. Things don't work. Things start getting out of their boxes, you know, in the graphic user interface and everything. It's really easy in Linux compared to Windows. You know, you're really limited on how big you can make the letters in Windows, but not in Linux. But it still will get to the point. Some things where it won't fit, but so we got him out. Now, 1 minute I'm feeling like it's cooling off, and the next minute I'm burning up again. And I don't have anything to show me what's going on with my video, so I guess I could switch back to the monitoring. I guess I could. I just realized what I'm doing here. I'm leaving it on, you know, that split view when I could have no reason to have the split view. So what I should be doing is this, so that you can see what the heck's going on. All right. Sorry. Because there's no, you know, the machine's not even running. Okay. So yeah, I'll just do that. I was just gonna, it was bothering me that I couldn't see what was going on and what kind of shot I had. And then I remembered I really should have been switching to a different view. Okay, so put you here. So here's the card. Now, where's it going to land up? I think it's actually going to land up in the. Oh wait. No. Oh, that's not going to work there. I don't think. I think I'll go ahead and try plugging it in and make sure, but then you could take this one out, but it's not fully across there, and I'm not sure. What's that? That's something that opens up. That's a keeper for something. Okay, well let's first I'm going to try plugging it in before I give up on that slot. I may have to move this. I may have to, oh yeah, I do have to take this out. I think that might be what that's for, that's flipping. It doesn't flip now. There we go. Yeah, that's what it is. It holds that. This. Oh, those covers aren't going to let that. So I'm going to take out the ones that I think I may use. The big cover is the one that was in the way, but I think it might be hard to get that little one off. And then I don't have any display anything, so I'll leave those in there for keep the dirt out. And I can't just show you the connector and everything because I got to be able to see what I'm doing. It may not be as easy as I thought. It looks like it doesn't want to fit. It may not fit without any kind of modifying whatsoever. It may be that I need to just, no, if I put it there, it has to go here because if I had it over here on this side, it you couldn't even plug it in. Let's see. Oh, that would be sticking out over here, and it would be like this. But see, you couldn't even get to the DVI. It wouldn't even go in there at all. It's not even made to, you know, it's only for a single height. It's not a double height. So if it don't fit in here, then I would have to do some cutting on this. These deals on the card. Oh, actually, I have seen where people just took off this. I may have to do that. I don't really want to cut on them. Just be a pain in the butt. I don't think there's really any need for it to be there necessarily. No, wait. See, another thing. Once it gets into that place, oh, I think it will. Yeah, that bar in the middle there, it would block. It's gonna, I think it's still gonna block one of these ports, but it wouldn't matter to me. I'm not gonna be using 4 of those. But I think, yeah, it's hitting these bent deals that are meant to go into a normal PC are hitting. Actually, these, I think these 2 would actually just make it. Yeah, if it was over here, it would be like that. And yeah, power supply is under there, so it can't go there. This is the only place it can go. It's the only one that accepts that 16X connector. So I believe I'm going to have to clean, get some little nose maintenance here, and then I think I'm going to have to take that thing off. I've seen that on several videos where that's the only way to get them in there. Okay, started to check my stream again, but it seems like everything's okay. Maybe I had better. Just when you start having a feeling that you should do something like that, it usually means you should. Okay. So I do see sound on my thing, on my OBS. That's what I'm looking at now. Well, I mean, I'm fixing to be looking at the actual preview. But yeah, from what I'm doing here, it's better to have the closer view than that dual camera anyway. I just forgot. Okay. All right. Okay. Everything's good there. Now, what have I got in there? Oh. Have some little nut drivers, but don't. Oh, yes, I do. And I have this little ratchet screwdriver that can turn any of that stuff just fine. So that's what I'm going to need is to get those. There's just those two nuts, and it should let it come off. I need to go ahead and get those plugs out of there. They'll just kind of resist that coming off. Yeah, I think one of those is going to actually be covered up. I don't know if it's that size. No, it's not that big. Don't go off in the floor. We need you. I think it's this one here. Yep. Oh, it's so loose I was turning it with my fingers without the screwdriver. So I'm going to set this back down here. Well, if they're both loose like that, I don't need the big old. That's hard to aim, that big old thing. Oh, no, that one's tight, of course. There we go. There we go. I cannot see tonight. My eyes are so blurry. There we go. What is in there? Oh. I think that came off this server. It's a little plastic thing. I was going to put those in the something. Wait, there we go. There's one with nothing in it. So that I don't knock them off. I keep spinning this box around and everything. Oh, I see. There's two Phillips screws on there too. It's not just those. I thought that was not very much to hold that on there. So there's one there. How do you get to the other one? There it is. Phillips or Flathead? It's Phillips. Okay, now. Okay. That screwdriver that I had out, this is the one I want for that. Yep. Okay, there's one here. The board is flexing. I'm not getting it started. There we go. Aha. Let's just put those on there. I won't be able to put them back. And that must be the other one. Yep. Yeah, see, it's halfway off now. Only problem is it's at an angle to get to it. Let's see if I can get it. I think I got it. Otherwise, I'll have to take that shroud off of there. Oh yeah, and my magnet even held them. So, it's magnetized screwdriver. Okay, now I still. Of course, I'm going to save all this stuff. Let's put it up here for now. But these, I'm going to put these back on there. Because sometimes I really do use the use these to keep the deal from coming unplugged, the monitor cable from coming unplugged. Let's see what those look like. I think that might be necessary to keep this. Yeah, that's also keeping that connector in its place. I mean, the solder would not be the thing to depend on to hold that. Still moves. That plate's a good thing. If it doesn't seem sturdy enough, I will cut those ears off that plate and put it back on there. We'll see. But I don't think I'll do that tonight because, yeah, I think all I would have to do, I think these will fit in the deal. It's these, and I could just, you know, cut those off. I'd have to go outside and do it and cut them off and sand the edges smooth and all that stuff. I've got all kinds of neat tools. It's just getting them out that's the pain. Okay. I think, and I think I lost one of them. There's these little plastic knobbers. If you can, yeah, you can kind of see it. That, yeah, I've marked it server, so that, yeah, they came off of something. Can't remember what it was. I had to take them off to get something to fit somehow or something, and I dropped one on the floor. There's two of them. And so I haven't ever seen it again. They weren't real important, but can't remember what they were for. I know one thing, this front bezel was loose. Turned out it was no screws in it at all. There's place for 2 screws on both sides, and so there was 2 on the other side and none on this side, so I took one from over there and put it over here so that it's on there. No, it's got a place for 3 screws, and now there's only one missing. That's what it is. So, I actually found, let's see. No, yeah, I may have found one of the screws in the floor. I think I did. Anyway, I think I have 2 on each side. That looks like it would make for better airflow with that off of there. Okay. Yeah, I think this bezel actually just snaps off, but I didn't need to. Now to put it back on, I might need it off of there if I was putting it back on. Okay, so yeah, see this. Those 2 connectors are X4, I think. It's upside down. Slot 2 of 5, I believe is what it is. PCI Express X4. Slot 3 of 6, PCI Express X4. There's some stuff in the manual that it's real hard. It's kind of throws you around in circles. The other one is PCI Express X8, but it's an X16 connector on there. That's why I said connector a while ago. And I do believe that it does really only read. In the manual, it leads you to believe that it does do X16 speed. But I noticed when Marty, I have a friend, old friend named Marty, Morton, was doing his videos on, that's what got me into his channel. The first video I saw, he was repairing a, what do they call them? The fake hoverboards, the skateboards, electric skateboards. They called hoverboards. He was trying to repair one, and then I said, "Wait a minute, this guy's got server videos." I went and looked at his channel, and I've been watching him ever since. So anyway, he's done a lot of. It's actually these HPs of this age, and I think all the way up till now, are made to put video cards in, and. Not this new video card, but I think it's going to work. But he was wanting to put, for the same reason as me. He's not into gaming. He makes videos. He makes movies, like feature-length movies, besides just his regular channel movies and channel videos. And anyway, so I've seen him do this kind of what I'm doing. I mean, that's where. I might have thought of it, but probably not as quickly because I've seen him and other people do this. But he was running his operating systems in a virtual machine on a hypervisor, and he never could. His big problem was getting the video card to pass through to the virtual machines. So I'm not even gonna. That's just not how I want to use this machine anyway. I want to have the full power available to my Linux desktop system. So I'm just going to install Fedora 28 desktop straight up as the main operating system, and then anything else I want to run on there, I'll have plenty of power to run virtual machines. You know, I can like run Windows and whatever else I want to run in a VirtualBox, or maybe I'll use I might try out some of the Fedora KVM or something like that. Red Hat, actually, KVM. But it's just in here somewhere where I can see what I'm doing. You have to get it raised up. That's one thing that's hard. I need something to raise it up with that's not my finger, that won't cut. But I don't really want something that's... Oh, well, that's plastic. This'll work. This is the right thickness. Yeah, this should help me raise it up just a little. Yeah, now we're getting lined up. Oh, but I see my big problem. It's not just the getting the the DVI. I'm gonna see if I can get it to line up, and then I'll turn it towards the camera. I still don't know what it's hitting on. Oh, I see. Yeah, this whole rigmarole for plastic stuff that's here for putting these in and out, it's in the way. I think that lifts up. Yeah. It does something. That other one flipped. Where did it go? Oh, it's hanging down. Yeah, it flipped up to let go of that one. What does this one do? It's what's in my way. I'm hitting it on this. I'm hitting it on these. The whole thing. But the connector is not even going to show. It's not going to be usable. But that's the DVI. And, oh, I won't. No, that's on the bottom row, so I'll still be able to use the HDMI and all those other ones. I can just use the HDMI. I don't think that'll be a problem. I mean, if I just get it up and going, then I can decide if I don't like that setup. But I don't know what that's all about. Let me move this. Let me do this, get this to where I can really look at it. So you would be opening it from back here, most likely. Oh, there it is. Oh. Well, it helps hold this. Oh, okay, it slides. I don't know what I did to make it come out. Now it's snapped in there and don't want to come out again. Once it goes into place, it stays. That top deal is what it's holding. That top blank. Looks like maybe you're supposed to stick a screwdriver in there or something. I don't know how I got lucky and it just came out. You know, I've been kind of yanking on it and doing stuff. Oh, there it is. There's a tab. There's a tab right there, and it has to be bent back just ever so slightly, as Morton would say. Yeah, see, now that falls right out. It's might as well take it out because it's not going to stay. Okay, now, that gives more space in there, but it doesn't allow you to, you know, plug into those connectors. But I think that's plenty of space for me to get this in there now. We'll see. Yep, yeah, it'll go in there. What else is falling out? That. Okay, well that's okay. That's the way it's supposed to be. There. Look at it, make sure it's in there. Yeah, okay, so this is finally plugged in. Finally went in all the way. Of course, it's not. Luckily, there's a plastic cover under the bottom, because you know you don't have the stuff I just took off, that this hanger. You don't have it for support. Whoops, that was real good. I'm putting stuff under my camera and it doesn't knocked it all for a loop. But the thing is, you know, I will be like mounting this server in the rack, and it's heavy, and I'm going to be banging it around trying to get it where I want it to be. So that really needs to be supported. And right now it's got about, I can't see it. But it's closer down there. That's kind of funny. Where it's plugged in, it's basically touching. Oh, okay. Almost. It looks like it has probably about a 1/16 of an inch. So that's not as bad as I thought. But what I'm wondering, let's look and see the thing that I haven't looked at yet. Yes, I can get to the HDMI without a problem, and I can get to all three of the display ports. But if I wanted to use the DVI, like if I thought it looked, you know, higher resolution than the HDMI, I can't remember. I don't think it'll be a problem for me because I'm using 1080p on this one over here without a problem. So I'll just start out with the HDMI and see how it works. And if seems that I need, but there's nothing holding it. That's the thing I don't like. That cover wouldn't be a problem, I don't think. I think it'll even go, I don't know if, can you see those holes? There's some holes right here that the two of the tabs, one of them is big and plenty of room, and then the one up higher, these tabs, can't get it in there to simulate it. No, I would have to, I don't think they would go in there. That center one, I'd have to grind some of this second one off. So, but I think that I need to plan on putting it back. I think I need to cut that extra off of there. Yeah, because I'm gonna look in the machine again, but I don't think I can move this over there and have it work at all. No, because, yeah, that's pretty simple to figure out. So if it was over here, and it would be sitting right here, the bottom row would be here, and then this would be hitting the power supply. Yeah, that can't happen. So it's the only place I can put it. But I think I do need to mount. I need to have some sort of support, and I can put spacer. Let's see, is that the way it goes? Yeah. No. Yes. No, this is going to be hanging. Yeah. So yeah, it's not going to be setting down. It'd be fine if it was, you know, it wouldn't be so bad if it was just setting down on that. But it's going to be flipped over, so it's going to be hanging in the breeze. And that's no good. I think I might put it in there and just see if it boots up to Fedora, you know, right now. See if that it works before I go monitoring. I mean, if it wouldn't work in here, I would, well, but it's not faulty or anything, then I would be, you know, I'd have to keep it and use it in another machine. I do have that 8-core. I have an Asus, brand new Asus motherboard and an 8300 8-core processor. Right now it's in an ASRock motherboard, but it's a little too old for it. And the Ethernet, the gigabit Ethernet's not working and stuff. Anyway, I was going to rebuild that. That's Mom's machine. I was going to rebuild it to 8-core. But yeah, I don't see. There's just no way to have this in there until I cut this off and probably grind the higher one, yeah, this one to fit in that hole. Just take some off the edge, and guess I would just cut that all the way off. Yeah, because the way it's, you know, the size that it is, it doesn't fit. It's not made for servers. So, yeah, I think that's okay to put it in there as long as I'm careful with it. Is there something I could do? I don't see. I was going to say if I could just put a zip tie through something to kind of hold it. Might be able to put a zip tie around it to hold it from going down. I don't think I have one in here long enough for that. I had a couple in here. Let's look and see. All I need is one. Get my light. I used one. I had one or two, and I used one. I know what I can do. Just remember, let's see. Dang it. My stuff is all getting out of place, and now I can't get this stuff back in there. You know how that is. Okay, now. I do not know where I had all that. All these bottles of screws and stuff. Okay, I always keep plenty of twisties. And I have a nice, I tell you what, some of the best ones are when you know how they tie things in with these big old long ones. Like that. There's one. And they're well insulated. It doesn't break real easily. They're really good insulation on them. There's one that's already been cut probably. There's a really long one. Let's see if that one's, no, it ain't long enough for what I need. I'm going to go all the way around the card and tie it to this. And that'll actually be, you know, zip ties, they are dependent on you getting them tight. With these, you can get them just, you know, and usually you either get them too loose or too tight. This, I can get it just the amount of tight that I need. Do I want it up towards the front or towards the back? I am not sure. I might want one on either end, but I don't know if I have enough. I think it'll be a lot easier to get this one. Let's turn it around and see if I can get one in the front. Uh-oh, it hung. The front's actually the area that's really matters as far as being able to line things up and hook them up. Okay, straighten it out a bit. There's a plastic cover on the bottom, so I'm not worried about shorting anything out. If it wasn't, I'd be a little worried even with this insulation, because you know how sharp soldering joints can be. They could. It's tight over here on the side where it plugs in. It doesn't want to go through. Even if I raise up on it a bit, well, that did it. But it goes crooked. Okay, straighten up. Well, let's just try the back, because if I mount it, you know, if I fix up that bracket in the front, then I won't need one in the front. Just remember. It just won't. This is a pretty bendy one. It doesn't go through there. I suppose if I had it in there first and then plug the thing in, it might work. Let's try this side. Seems more bent up than the other side, though. I've got some needle nose pliers right here that I can use to. Yeah, it needs to go close to the front. It's got to go right in the center, or up in the front, or in the very back. Let's see. Just stay away from the fan. Just realize that. I may be trying too hard to. Yeah, that would put it across the fan where it would hit it. So actually, if I can just get one down here towards the back. I pulled it around it. I thought maybe it would slide better, but instead it just. Yeah, maybe that'll work. I mean, that's hard to pull. I think it might have slid better the way I had it when I started out. Yeah, I shouldn't have. I let it pull out the back thinking it would have less resistance, but it actually made it worse. And now it doesn't want to go back up under there. Oh, I think it's hung in between the. Yeah, oh, it didn't go under the black plastic. It went between the motherboard and the black plastic of it, the motherboard of this thing. Ah. There's actually no space under it. It doesn't look like. It's actually touching. Yeah. Over there on the side where it's plugged in, that's where it wants to be, is touching. So I think I see a new plan. Yeah. The screw that holds the plastic will allow me to wrap it around. Let's see. There we go. There we go. I'll just wrap it. And it won't be going near any of the solder joints that way. I pulled a bunch of insulation off the end of the wire trying to pull that through there. I didn't think I was really pulling that hard, but I guess it was. Yeah. So it's wrapped around the screw that holds it, the deal. In between the board, the circuit board, and the plastic protector, insulator. That's what it is to keep it from shorting out. That's a good thing because, you know, most of your video cards don't have that. And since it has it, it actually makes it safer to put in this server against this thing here. Well, that's an insulator too, but yeah, it'd be all right, I guess. But now, what I need to do, I don't know, these little holes here, I am not sure. I'm gonna put this back behind. Where's my screwdriver? I think it probably, those holes may seat up with something. I'm not sure. I guess I'm gonna have to open the lid and find out. Well, I'll just put it on there and then see. See, I was thinking about putting the other side through one of those holes. I guess I was gonna have to look and see what I can get away with. But my wire that I twisted is not wanting to go back there. There. Okay. You see, as long as I can get it across there and down to that hole would be perfect. That'll keep it in place real good. This one would have been too short, so I didn't. Oh, let's move some of this stuff out of the way. Put this over here for now. Crazy stuff here. Okay, now. Let's put it up against my. Okay, there's little holes in the back of there. No, there's nothing for them to hook up to. So I can use that as a tie-off point. And, yeah. Yeah, when I flip that over, okay, nothing goes in there. I don't have another riser card. This is one it's going to plug into. I'm worried about this cable. And I'm going to have to figure out how to route it. And where to plug it. Where do you plug it in? I may have it in there and I can't get to the plug. Where's the plug? It's on the side. Let's see if that's going to happen. Because it could be that I can't plug it in without plugging it in before I stick it in there. It's really hard to tell. Let's see. Let's see. That is not, I don't know which way it goes. Well, no, I think it would, it should only, I think it may go like this. That might be, make me want to put it in from there. If I could see anything. When I do that, all I can see is the light up in the ceiling. Yeah, the clip, there's no place for the clip on the top side, so it must clip on the other side. I was trying not to take that back out of there to figure things out, but I may have to. I think it's going to have to be bent like that and stuck in there. It's going to have to be on there when I put it in there. I thought about that, and then I forgot about that. That might be a possibility, or it might be a better way to do it, or whatever. Let's see. Let's check the stream. I've been working away here. Don't know what's going on. I thought that was going to drop in pretty easy, but it's just exactly like everybody else. It looks okay until you start doing it, and then it's like, oh crap, all kinds of things are in the way. Checking on the stream now before I take that back out and everything. Make sure everything's still working. And yeah, there we go. Very good. Okay. I really don't want to take that back out of there, but I think I'm going to have to. Well, you know what? I'm going to have to leave the lid off because let's go take this over here. There's pokey things on every one of those. That doesn't go into that, does it? No, that's the other way. Yeah, it goes in. I think it might go into the this, but yeah, up in the top, not down here in the back. So how am I going to set this to work on it? Am I really going to have to take it out to get that in there? Where is that thing? It's right there. Okay. I think I'm going to have to take it out because I'm not sure. There. Now that I know how it goes, I don't think it'll be quite so hard to get in and out. Yeah, there's the connector, the clip where the clip goes. So I believe it would be best to go through here, not through there. And yeah, this is an 8 or 6 pin, so it wants to slide apart too. There we go. Make sure it's in there good. I didn't hear it click, so I guess I'll look. There's no light. Yeah, it made it. I can barely see. That light doesn't make enough light anymore. Or I guess it never did. So that's where my wire that I'm going to use to keep this from drooping when it's flipped over is just wrapped around that screw that goes through this plastic plate, this protector plate. So that's okay. Now this, you know, that'll make it kind of sitting in there. It'll help keep it in place, I think. So that's good. There we go. Right into place. Okay, now this, oh, I didn't get that in the right place. So. Well, I didn't mean to pull it all the way out. I want my wire going that way. That thing is fighting me. Don't you love that? Go the way I put you. Okay. Yep, you definitely want that cable plugged in beforehand. Okay, I knew that. I'm just testing you. Okay, now. Yeah, I want to put it in this bottom hole. Twist it up. And that should help a lot in holding that thing. I don't think I'll have to worry about it getting in the... It doesn't have to be super tight, it just needs to keep it from going, you know, drooping real bad. Make sure everything's not so sharp this is flat, gonna cut it up. Yeah. Make sure that's plugged in straight and good. Okay, now. And it's not gonna get in the fan. Yeah, I'll go around. We're gonna sew it together. Yeah, I couldn't really done this with a zip tie anyway, so what I got here is good. Go around a couple more times and then this is almost like you should just tie it in a knot. I think it's gonna stay pretty good. Yeah, this one I will kind of do that. I'm just going to tie it in a little knot. Is that a knot? One more. No, that ain't going to work. I don't think it's going to work. I think it's going to stay really well. Yeah, I'm just going to cut it. Yeah, long enough to go through that other hole, and I'll let that be its keeper. Yeah, that ought to do the job. Let's just go ahead and poke it through there and then cut it. And you know you got it right. There we go. Out right there. So you can always make it shorter, but you can't make it longer. So there we go. Yeah, where's the other stuff I had? Let's see, do I need one on the front? That's what I'm wondering now. Which way are we gonna go with this? This way. Yeah, that's good for the cable. And this one, yeah. Now let's see. I want to see if it's gonna dangle down. Actually, that one in the back has got it in there pretty good. It doesn't even want to move. I didn't expect that. Okay. So I need to do something about my cables now. I've got this on here, but now that's kind of going off and everywhere, so I don't think I want to force it to be up there, do I? I'm not sure. I was thinking I might bend it back and put it in there like that, but I don't know. Let's try. Yeah, because if I was starting to go past this one and go up in there, but then it's just going to be fighting all that. So I think the best thing to do is open this up big enough. Velcro always grabs right where you don't want it to grab. But they are pretty good ways to do cable management. Especially, I don't want no twist tie in there, you know, with something with a wire in it. Definitely not. So, I think just like right there. It doesn't. Or would it be better to be kind of in the middle of those two? Probably in the middle. That's the feeling I'm getting right here. Right here, right now. Okay, so this is where that'll plug in. I may have gotten it in there good enough that I won't have to mess with that. I won't have to mess up that thing, you know, because I'd rather not mess it up, because if I decided to put it in a desktop one day. Yeah, that holds it pretty good. I just got to be able to get this cable out of the way. Let's see how that looks. I hope this card is not going to hit this thing here. Kind of wondering now. Let's see. Uh-oh. I might not be so... I'm not done with the unexpected happenings yet. This shroud, I think that's going to not... Unless it can go up under there, it's going to be a no-go. That's not going to work either. Like that. That's just too big of a bulk of stuff. So we'll take this out. I think I will go on up to the next rung and then kind of do it that way. It might be better if they're just in there, not tied together. I wonder if it'd be better if this one was not, yeah, they don't necessarily have to be tied together. This one just needs to be out of the way. And it could be over here. You could roll it up and put it right on top of there. I think I'm going to try that and use that to do that. After I see if I can get this down. I think I can put it on top of the RAM there. There's a plastic cover on the RAM to keep it from being a problem. So, let's see. I can't believe that is that sturdy. That's good. I don't think it's going to be falling out. Yeah, now I may end up having to... Well, if I have to take that off, I won't have my tie down. So hopefully this will fit up under there. It looked like it might. We'll see. This is going to want to go... I think it's kind of twisted in a weird way. Yeah, there we go. Before it didn't want to go where I wanted it to go. Yeah. That's the CPUs. They're going to put out a lot of heat, so that's still twisted. I really want it to go that way. Yeah, just like that. Of course, I know it doesn't go down like that, but I'm just trying to get the idea of where it's got to go straight down. That's going to be the problem. It does go under there, and I think it might fit, but I am not sure. Problem is, it really needs to go like that. Not just a plug and play situation. It's still not touching the heat sinks yet. I don't know if those don't actually need to be like that, do they? Yeah, they should be. They're only for lifting it up. So really, you need to leave them shut to put it together. Okay. Yeah. And when I do that, it wants to go right on, but then the plastic thing hits the... It's very, very close to going. Not... Okay, this is the spot, and this is the spot. Okay. Especially right here. Oh, there we go. Getting a little better. I don't want to hit it. I don't have calluses and stuff anymore. When I start using my hand for a hammer, I'm going to be sorry. didn't need a hammer, you just needed to line it up. Now, there we go. I think it's actually going to work. Now this has got to be lined up. It's pretty close. I think I can't get my hand in there anymore. I think it kind of dropped down some. Yeah. Okay. Did I get it? I think I did. Yep. You gotta make sure and get that connector. Luckily I can see it on this side. See that, yeah, see that it's working. I believe it just makes it. I can't tell. Let me get my flashlight up after it and see. But I believe I didn't actually even need the screwdriver to pry it. I just needed to gingerly get it into the right position, and it just dropped right in. So I can't see from there at all. Thing is, if it was pushing against that heatsink, it would, you know, not have dropped in. But if it's actually, I'm hoping it's not touching, because if it is, I could open it up, you know, raise that thing up. I can't do that with this, though, on there. So I'm going to say that it's probably not. If it's touching, it'll end up melting that plastic, I'll bet you. Of course, it is made, it's probably got enough, well, probably is, yeah, probably is a big word there. You'd think, well, okay, since it's on that video card that makes a lot of heat, it wouldn't be the kind of plastic that melts really easy. But it's not actually touching the heat sinks or anything, so it may be the plastic that melts that easy. I'll have to keep an eye on it. Well, I'm going to run it. Assuming everything's okay here, I'm going to run it and see. Yeah, I'm not having to, you know, do anything. It's sitting in its place. I'm not having to do anything to get the screws to line up. The one thing that did change is the front of it somehow did decide to droop. Not quite sure. It looks like it's, almost looks like it's been pushed down by something. Oh, it was out of place, yeah. I think that might be helping hold it. Now that it's actually, it's not holding it, but now it's in place. It was somehow gotten down. Well, it was. Things are so weird. Okay, so, and it's going to have an extra opening. I don't know if that will mess up. Morton's always saying, you know, don't have any extra openings. You don't. If there's not a card in there, put one of those blanks in there, you know. But it was not going to stay because I had to take out its keeper to get that to fit in there. So, as much heat as I know this card's going to make, this video card, I kind of think it's going to be okay, though. I can plug in my HDMI cable, and I can plug in those others if I want. I can't plug in the DVI cable. It's, where is it? It's back here. No? This is the HDMI. Where's the DVI cable? I mean connector. I think it's... Oh, now it's back again. It keeps going down and then keeps... I don't know what makes it drop down. It feels like there's something really... Well, this hits it. I mean, I could... Those aren't doing anything anymore, but if I needed to, I could take that off, but I don't think it's really hurting it. Yeah, it's fine. Now it went back up. But there's something that wants to push it down. I don't know what it is. That keeps doing that. Okay, yeah, now I see the DVI. It's right there, and it's covered by all that stuff. But it ain't touching anything. Of course, it wouldn't matter. It's all ground, but none of the power's going to be... But I can't use it, but that's okay. I don't think I would have a problem with that. As much heat as noise as it does make, I keep thinking I may. Well, you can see the closet door here behind me. I have a, it's full, but I have a big old filing cabinet in there, about 4.5 foot tall, 5 foot tall. And there's some stuff on top of it, but it's about the right size. It's got, I got wheels on it, but it's so heavy I can't hardly roll it. I mean, I haven't had it out since I put it in there. But this could sit on it. And that would shut the door, and then I have my dirty clothes in there. The door won't actually shut in a big old bag, but I guess I could do something about that. But anyway, I could rig it up to where I could shut the door. And I'm going to get my cable, make sure it's okay. I don't think no, none of my fingers can go in there. You know what? I don't think it's really touching that. There we go. Now that one can just go there. I don't want, and the other one's just going to have to go in that same area. It's one way or the other. I think I'll just roll it up and then put that twist tie on it. I mean that this on it. What do you call that thing? Whoops. Jumped on me and didn't stay in there. Ah! These things are very aggravating to you. The kind like this where they go through a loop. It just gets hung every time you touch, you know, you do anything with it. There's some that I used to have when I was doing sound that were, you like make them stay in one place. I guess that's what the problem is. I don't have it on there the right way. Yeah, I'm not doing it right. Let's try that. I think I just realized what I'm doing wrong. That makes it so hard to mess with. Because the ones we had were good ones, and they were definitely better than a big twist tie even. Boy, once it gets through that hole, it don't want to slide, and that's not the way you can't see where it's hanging. It's all, I may be wrapping it backwards anyway. I'm getting too tired to lean over like that. It just hit itself. I mean, it Velcroed itself to itself somewhere, and I can't even see it to figure out where I want to pull it loose. It's the wrong way. Oh, there we go. That's where the problem is. I need to have it, well, either on there or on here. I think I'm gonna, it might be better to have it on there. Oh no, it won't. Well, it will. If I do that, so Yeah, I'm going to try it that way because I don't think it's good. Well, I'm afraid to pull that off. Those can be pulled off. I've had one or two get pulled off. Let's see if I do it like that first. Roll it up the way I want it. And then you just Velcro it to itself. Like it's meant to be done. There we go. I had just forgot how to use the darn thing. There. That should be just fine and dandy. It's lucky that there's that, make sure all those memory clasps are shut. Many times as I've bumped into them. Good. Okay. Now that stays down in there. Okay. Now, I was fixing to put the lid on it, but no, I'm going to turn it on with the lid off like I did a while ago. I want to see everything before I... And the... I believe... well, I don't remember how I left it set, but if I unplug this one, then it should connect to the video card. Boot up. Drop back down again. Still don't know why it goes up and down like that. I don't think I have a... If I just had... Oh, I could wrap a... See if I can do that. Maybe that's too much. Can I wrap around that? There's no screw on that corner, like the back one. I was going to say I'll wrap around that screw that holds it together. Probably the screw is the one I took out of the bracket. Probably, yeah. It'll be fine like that. It's really not, you know, hanging in the breeze. It's just crooked. So that'll be fine. So let's put the, what's the next thing? Well, the video cable. Gotta get that out. So, there's my video cable. Oh, that's filthy. Don't lay that up there. Okay, we'll just put it right here for now. I'll wipe it down before I put it in there. Okay, and I'll need the adapter. I think it might still be on the monitor. Yeah, that's right. I have another one that's shorter that goes to my Raspberry Pi and it's plugged in right now. So, we'll just unplug it. Don't know if that... It's got screws on it. Well, it's fine. It's not going to come off. Okay. Now, I'm going to go ahead and try. I haven't ran that. I'm beginning to get everything to come apart on me. What's happened with my cable? I've got a little... Let's try to fix it in a minute. Okay. I think I want to go ahead and... Or should I just leave it like that? Oh, what I want is the camera one. I was fixing to put it on the big view, but well, let's get everything hooked up and then I'll put it on camera one and you know, monitor and computer like it is now, plus being able to see the screen. But my got turned backwards or something. It's not clip. It came off and now it's not in the right direction for you to clip it. There we go. It's like it got twisted. The cables got twisted or something. Okay, but I hook it on here to keep it for me yanking more out, kind of. Okay, so power, is that in there? Oh, I need that hooked up. I'll hook that up before I do the power. Yeah, I'll run my cable. Okay. So my big cable has been sitting there like that forever. Hasn't been out in probably a few years. I might have got it out once this last year for something. Oh, one of the deals is up. No, there's not any. I've got protectors all over the place, and there's not one put on either end of that. Huh. But I bought this. You can't, yeah, you can kind of see it. It's like 35 feet long. It's purple. And actually, my mom, one of her favorite colors, purple. I bought it from my mom to put it in her room to run from her computer to her TV. She has a TV that you can plug in a HDMI cable in there. It's actually smaller though. It's like a 15-inch, and her monitors are 23 or 4-inch. So, but anyway, she decided she didn't want to, and I got her a wireless keyboard and mouse so that she could sit in bed and control the computer. And she decided she didn't want to do that, because I was wanting her to be able to watch, you know, stuff off the computer. But she doesn't like. She just likes to grab the remote and watch whatever's on TV, flip channels. So, never did hook it up. She said she wanted it at first, but then she didn't. Decided she didn't want it. So anyway, I'm gonna put this somewhere. Actually, no. Okay, so where do I want to set this cable? I think I'm gonna set it in the floor, and then get what I need to go up to the computer. And then the rest will go up to the, yeah, that should work. There we go. Not sure which way is which. I hope it will bend enough to, there we go. This one's kind of seems stiffer than the one that was in there. It's not hardly going to bend enough. Yeah, it doesn't want to bend enough to go there. There's a box right behind the box at my laptop. Ooh, that's too stiff, I think. Wait. Yeah, it's kind of there. I think that'll work. Yeah, I think I better leave some extra up in there. Okay, now that can sit there for now, and up there. It's a good looking cable. It's got that braided, it's shiny looking, you know, when the light hits it. It's kind of cool looking. But something's going wonky with my unwinding. It's not, it's tangling as I unwind, and it didn't expect that. Doesn't matter which side I put it on, it tangles. I'm trying to leave what was wound, you know, I'm unwinding it from both ends, a little bit from each end, and it's not working out right. So, it's not that important. Just as long as I have enough to get to where I need to go, that'll be fine for now. Because it can't stay hooked up, because the, you know, the computer's not in the rack, and it's going to be rolling around on this table. There we go. Now, okay. This is pretty old now, but it's one of the ones, the earlier ones that would handle audio and video. And this does do that, but my monitor doesn't. It doesn't. It's a DVI anyway. You know, that DVI doesn't do video, but. There we go. Plugged in. Okay, now I think I'm gonna put the twisty back on, one of those twisties back on there to keep it from just unraveling all over the place. There. And that's one thing I don't like about working in your room where you sleep, because then you gotta put everything back when you're done. When you're done, you're not near done. You gotta put everything away, get it to where you can go to bed. all that. I kind of got it streamlined, but I think I'm just going to plug in one power supply for now. No, let's plug them both in. I was thinking, well, what if something goes wrong and it blows the power supply out? I'll still have another one, but that's really not gonna. Then the other thing is, if it needs to share, it doesn't share. It's not set to share, I don't think. But what if you need to share the power for that thing? Okay. It's in there. Okay. Now let's try turning it on once and see how it goes. See if it seems like it's going to work. Actually, I kind of think having those two deals open gives it what it needs to get air through to go on through there, you know. And these power supplies, they got fans in them to pull air through them. So I think that's okay. There's nothing else that's, you know, back here in the back that's really going to be all that hot. So I think with the fans, you know, moving more air, two more fans moving more air, the air needs a place to go. So actually, I don't think it's bad having the. I think it would be bad to have it too restricted. It would cut down the airflow too much. That's what I think. Okay, so we'll of course we can, if you reboot it a lot, you can see that temperature as it boots up, so that's helpful. But once it's running a good long time, then you won't see it. My deal came off again, my clip. It stays on real good, except for when you're up and down like I am today, doing stuff. If I can put it somewhere else, it's maybe if it gets a better bite, even if it's over there off to the side, it'll help. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna have it open until I inspect everything. Okay, let's kind of give it another once over. Well, I'm going to try it with one power supply first, then we'll see. I think that if there was anything wrong with this cable that would cause a problem with the power supply, it would mess up the motherboard and blow it out before the power supplies blew out. But I just have a weird feeling to try it that way. Maybe I just need to know how it does. We'll see. Okay. I haven't tried swapping these ones yet, but I'm glad I went straight in. Yeah, I didn't want. If I was still messing with testing power supplies and stuff, I would have never got this thing done. This turned out to be I think the longest part of it. I thought it'd be the quickest part. Famous last thoughts, huh? Okay. Okay, now I've got to get over here and okay, now I won't have to keep switching. Now I use the buttons on the monitor to get to the different I'm going to open up my preview so that I'll be able to see. When I do switch, I'll be switching on the monitor, and so I'll have this and that. Okay, you can't read the monitor anyway, so there's no sense in me just doing it by itself. And I don't like that trash can in the video. It's probably been in there all night, hasn't it? Okay, now. Yeah, there's just, you know, the buttons on the monitor. I'll have to remember how to do it. Oh, there it is right there. I'll just leave it alone and it will go away. Okay, so get that up, make sure everything's good on the stream before I start it up again. And there we go. Still got sound, coughing. I didn't say anything for a while, so. Yeah, I'll leave it playing this time so that I can see when I get off of that view. Okay, what do? We turn it on, okay. And we boot it to, this time we won't try the old driver. We'll go ahead and try the Fedora 29. Driver that's supplied. And yeah, I'm ready to quit after testing this. I'm tired and hungry, I believe. How do we do this? Right, okay, I got a DVI. No video yet, but it takes a while. I might have to go back to the VGA to change BIOS settings to like tell it to do. I think it's set to do onboard first and an add-on second, which, you know, if this works, then I'll do it the opposite. The onboard, what I did is I just unplugged it, so because otherwise you wouldn't see this monitor, this one at all, I don't think. I'll go over here and look. It's very quiet. See a light coming through, yeah, from the video card. Got a feeling I may have to go in the BIOS. Oh, now it's ramping up. Let's see if it starts giving us some video over there. It sounded like in the BIOS when last time I looked in there. Oh yeah, I don't have, oh, now there's a yellow light on the other power supply, the one I unplugged. Okay, yeah. So that's how that works. And I've seen Morton plug them in while they're running, but I don't really want to do that. I want to wait and see if it's gonna light up. I mean, gonna show any video. Of course, if I'm not looking, I'll miss it. I'm looking at the machine because I'm kind of, you know, worried about. But there's a light. Yeah. Looks like the fan's all powered up. I mean, the video card is powered up. There's a green light and a blue light on. Okay. Is my connectors good back here on the monitor? Yep. If this, of course I can always try that other cable. I think it, well, no, it wouldn't reach over to where I'm at. I'd have to have it a lot closer. The one that's going to my Raspberry Pi. This started to work, didn't it? It might have went past the all of the fans here are working. They were singing together a minute ago. Can't really feel. Of course, the door's shut, but yeah, I can tell there's fans. I can't see them, but I can hear the air. The fans in the car. It beeped. Oh, okay. It's waiting. It's not showing video on this. So if I plug in that VGA, I think I'm just gonna, yeah, let's plug it in and see see if I can see what's going on. But I think it's gonna, I want to plug that other power supply in now, but I want to shut it down first. Okay, I'm not getting any video, but I think it's beeping, wanting me to tell it what to do about something. Oh, I gotta switch the monitor back to, well, I gotta switch it on the KVM switch. That's right, and then I'll probably have to take it out of DVI mode. Since I manually put it in there, it's probably gonna stay there. But it hadn't said no signal. Yeah, it stayed in. There we go. So it's waiting. It automatically booted to the Fedora. The Fedora USB without me having to hit F11. So let's go ahead and shut it down. I don't want to boot Fedora right now. I want to put the lid on it. Get the, I think I'm going to have to go into the BIOS to get that. I think it's going to be okay to put the lid on it, so we'll do that. I always have that feeling like, did you check everything? Getting our power supply that we unplugged. Now I see how that lights work on that power supply. Okay. Now we're gonna have to, I guess that you do have to say, you know, add on card first to get it to work. That's what I'm gonna think anyway. Let's see. I can't remember how to get into the BIOS. The chair's gotten all twisted around and it's not driving me crazy. I want to make sure the lights all look good. Yeah, lights are good. I don't know, it may be, it seems louder. It may be that them extra fans are going faster and louder than I thought they would. There. So, yeah. I don't see anything yet. Now, if I don't have to hit F11 and all that stuff, but what I do need is look on my notes while I'm waiting here. Okay, there's the cursor. I'll just watch the screen, maybe I'll see it. I know it tells you F11 and it says something about F12, I think. That might be what we need to go into BIOS. I think it's F8 though, or F9. But I need to go into the regular BIOS and change the change it to look for the video, you know, the new video card. F9 is set up. Says it right there. I might already turn that to tell more, but all the other options, I think that's going to take me where I want to go. It took it, so. Yeah, I think maybe I still haven't turned it to where you can see all the options on the boot screen. I need to do that so that I don't have to, you know, keep trying to remember and looking at my notes, and if I'm looking at the notes, I don't see the screen, you know. Yeah, okay. Oh, real fast. I didn't see them. F9, F11, F12. Okay, but I'm in BIOS. Let's see. Should be. It might be in advanced options. Let's go look in server options first. So, serial port options, embedded, advanced, USB, processor, numlock, power on state. I went through it and I think I did change one or two things. Usually, I've got a machine that's new to me and it's working, then I don't change anything until I learn the machine really well. I think maybe, yeah, advanced system ROM options, video options. It's on embedded video primary, optional video secondary. See, so I thought it would work if I didn't have the embedded video plugged in. And then optional video primary, embedded video secondary, optional video primary, embedded video disabled. So I'm going to do it, the middle one, optional video primary, embedded video secondary. There we go. How do you save it? I think you just get out. And there's say to modify VG option setting, F1 for more help. Advanced system ROM. What's that? Option ROM loading, MPS table, ROM selection, NMI bug button, virtual install disk. PCI bus. Padding options, power on logo, hide option ROM messages. What is? Don't mess with anything but what you need right now. Okay, I think it's going to just keep it. There might be a save, and I don't think there's a save and exit like in a regular BIOS. System defaults. Yeah. What else is in there? Boot controller order. That's all good the way it is. Okay. Tab for more info. That tells you. Oh, that's that thing on the right. You can see the specs of the machine. Since I've got a dry, itchy throat, I'm not going to read anything off. Okay. Escape to exit utility. So yeah, there's no save button. F10 to confirm and exit. Okay. Current boot controller. PCI embedded HP Smart Array P410i. That is the RAID controller. Okay, so that's the way it should be. I don't think I'm going to like use a SD card to boot on or anything. I think I'm going to use the hard drives, so I want it like that. F10 to confirm and exit. There we go. Did it shut down or did it? Yeah, it rebooted. I'm going to put it on DVI this time. I'm leaving the other one plugged in because I think it won't hurt a thing if it catches the onboard first. I mean the PCI video card, PCI-E video card. Good, that's what I want. And then, well, if it didn't, that other one will already be plugged in. All I have to do is switch my monitor. Oh yeah, if I want to control the machine, I do need to be over here on. I can see it by just switching to DVI, but I can't control it. So, checking my stream, got me coughing. Need another cough drop. Takes so long to get it booted up and to see anything. You're just left hanging for so long. A while ago, it really took a long time. I kept fiddling around, and I still didn't miss the.
Only thing, it does beep at you when it's time to pay attention to the monitor. I think it might be going to do so. Oh, woohoo! There it is. It's working. HP Pro line. It's black and gray and white. Black, white, and gray. So my colors are, my colors are good now because, okay, what do we got? 12 cores. It's showing a different menu. More stuff. It's a whole more detailed menu than I have ever seen. It's going a little still too hard. When I was stopping long enough, F8 to run, option ROM, F9 for setup. That's the BIOS. The F8, I believe, I think it'll give you several choices, but one thing you can do is get in the ILO setup. F10, 10, 11, and 12, but it goes away so fast. Yeah, there's, I think you can change it. There we go. And I want it to, now this time I'm not going to try the troubleshooting old graphics mode. I'm going to use the regular graphics, but you got to switch it. It always wants to test the media first. It doesn't take real long, but anyway, hit enter. Put it up at the top one, hit enter. Not the very top one, the top of the list there. There's, I forgot what it says at the very top, but that's not part of the list. It's part of the telling you what's going on or something. Got a cursor, so it works. And that might have been like an initialization. Yeah, see, now it's going to the, it's so small I can't read it. It's going to one of the higher resolutions, higher definition video that card will do. Whatever its default is. I can barely read it. But once I get in there, well, once I install Fedora, I'll set it to what I want. And well, that's fine. I mean, then if I do, I was thinking, first I thought I'd put it under the bed, and then I realized it's gonna, but there's more dust under that bed than anywhere in this place, and this place is terrible with dust, and I thought that's gonna blow dust up around my head when I'm in bed, you know, if it was like if I tried to leave it on at night to render a video or something, and all that heat will be coming out all around me. Which might be okay in the winter, but not, well, it wouldn't be okay because mom's so cold natured, she turns it up. Since sometimes I get hotter in the winter than I do in the summer. But, yeah, that looks normal now. See, it fits the screen and everything. And yeah, you gotta log in, click log in. Oh yeah, it's pretty high, it's higher resolution than my normal. You can tell that right now because it's smaller. All the text is smaller. Now let's see. Now I'm excited. I want to hurry up and install Fedora and see what everything is. But not tonight. This is a good place, successful place to stop. Once it. Let's go into the settings and see what do we got. Display. That's the first setting. Install 23 inch, that's what my monitor's 23. Oh, it's only on 1920 by 1080, 60 hertz, rotation normal. That's what I use. This monitor won't go real high. I don't want it any, smaller than that. I could click detect monitors, but that won't. It's already done that when it was booting up. So. And I guess it doesn't matter if I have that VGA cable plugged in or not. It can be a fallback. Of course, I was saying, I'm not going to put it under the bed. I realized that's not a good idea, but I had thought about it several times, put it in the closet, but I thought, well, The good thing about putting it in a closet, I could, I can shut it. If I wanted it to run it, I can, well, I can't shut the door. I would, in order to put it in the closet and shut the door to keep the noise and the heat from coming in, you know, in here in the room with me, then I would have to put a vent in the closet going into the attic, you know. We have some in our hot water heater closet and our air conditioner closet. They're actually not too hard to put in. Well, yeah, I think I could do it from down here and not have to get up in the. It would be a big deal because of how full my closet is, though. And I'm not up to crawling. This is down at the other end of the house from where you get into the attic. I'm not up to crawling through the whole attic, so that's why I really didn't think I'd want to do that. For some reason it's awful loud, though. I don't know why. If this video card is making it get loud, it's like making a lot of heat, that would be bad. I can feel air coming out of there, but not an extreme amount. Displays, keyboard, power management. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's. I don't want the display to sleep. I'll just go ahead and do that right now while I'm looking at this. Okay. Go ahead and make sure I don't want the screen getting locked or any of that. I'll go ahead and let the, well, I don't like it when the screensaver comes on. It'll do it while you're watching a video. Okay. I know you can't really read what I'm doing, but my throat is too on the edge of coughing to keep on talking a lot. See if what's in the control center, that if there's anything in there I might want. Oh, I think I'm running 1080 on my monitor, but I got the text and everything bigger. In here in the control panel, you can, I guess you go into appearance if I remember right. Yeah, I think it's appearance. And I usually pick one of the themes I like and then the best and then modify it a little bit. Yeah, I don't like these little arrows for the, you know, minimize and maximize. I like the box and the minus. That's what I've gotten so used to. I'll just do that for now. I think that's, oh yeah, background, fonts, there we go. Yeah, the fonts are too small. What's interface? Oh, that's like menus and toolbars. So if I just make them bigger, I don't know what it is I like, 16 maybe? Yeah, that made everything bigger already. I'm just going to leave it like that. I don't know why. That's a little too big. Let's make it 14. Yeah. Oh, I see. Application, document, desktop. Yeah, let's do them all to 14. All the ones that are the same. I know I wasn't thinking I'd do this, but I was talking about it, so it's not a bad. Sans bold. I don't know what that's going to end up looking like. Oh, that's already pretty big, I think. Oh, that's big because the where I'm at in here. Now, yeah. So now everything should be good size for me. The backgrounds, well, of course, that wouldn't be of any use right now. Anyway, that's how easy it is to. Now everything's big. Maybe a little bigger than I really need it, but Yeah, now it's the icons. The text is running over the icons. I think if you do organize by name, yeah, now that spread them out. Right click, organize by name. And there's where you can see the drives that are available right there in the places. And of course, I haven't done any RAID setup yet. I really had wanted to get the Allo set up and do it remotely from my machine, but heck, get this thing up and running. Just do it in the BIOS. I think well, I don't have any license. I don't think there's any kind of extra license in the Allo anyway, so I think I could connect to it, but have limited function. There are some old usernames in there, but I didn't see any. I think I looked in the what licenses there are, and I didn't see. It was just empty. If I was in the right place. I'm trying to remember. See, the only thing I got to look at for what it'll do is a mate system monitor, and I've been doing that, but it's much louder now. I think that video card is. I don't think those fans are going that fast to make it louder. I think maybe they are, but if they are, that's really too loud for me to stand in here. If that's what's going on, I might actually try taking those fans off of it and see if the normal circulation from all the fans in the. I have to figure out if they're coming from those front fans or I think it might be the front fans for some reason. Could be because I got both video cards turned on. Let's see if I switch, will the other one be working? No signal. So yeah, it doesn't activate. Can't get it to come back on. No. Come back up. Okay. We're not even. We're just hanging around the bottom of usage. Hardly any usage of the CPUs, but the fans are loud. And it may be that this video card is causing that in it just because it's there and the system doesn't know what to do with it. I might have to go into the BIOS and wherever it is you can mess with the fan settings. There is some settings in there somewhere. I'll see if I can stop it from being so loud that way. Yeah, this every time. Well, this is a live system. It's not going to remember anything, but when I reboot, but. Now it's organized by name. I'm going to organize it by what's using the most. This is really helpful, especially when you get an app that starts something is acting up, using too much memory or CPU. Nothing's even registered on this CPU. Macro. Sleeping, 74.1 megabyte. What in the heck? Macro? Why is there some kind of macro app running in the background? Oh, it's Marco. M-A-R-C-O. Oh, I don't know what that is. It's got a lot of information in there, but I don't see anything about that tells me what it's doing or anything. So, this is the way a machine should run, though. Man, that's fast. Firefox. So I'm definitely it's gonna be worth it, whatever, you know, as long as it's not more than I can handle doing. Do something to get it to where I can use it all the time. What I figured is I would, it wasn't loud. I don't know why I don't know exactly why it's staying loud. I'm kind of afraid it's because you know, the HP BIOS, whatever part of it that tells it how fast the fan should run, doesn't know what to do with that video card, and is doing that. It might be that if I would install the HP drivers, it would talk to the system, and I mean the video card drivers, it might talk to the system and tell it what's going on. But I'll find out. I mean, once I actually install, you know, Fedora 32 on it and everything. Dude, I'm ready to move it away from where it is because it's really loud to me, sitting right there at my ear level, just below ear level. It'd be better up there in the rack, you know. But it wouldn't be good, but it'd be better than the way it is right now. There's a whole bunch of vents on the side, so a lot of the sound can come right out. I thought about putting it in the rack and then building or buying a box to put it in, a rack box, and then even building a ductwork to go to the window. There's the windows right behind the rack, and push that heat out the window. But you'd have to have an insulated box, sound insulated box, to keep it from bothering you if it's going to be loud. If it's going to be loud like this, it's about the only thing I can really think of is, I don't know if it'd be easier to build a box like that. It'd be easier to buy one. It'd be they're so expensive to get a good box like that, though, a rack mount box with insulation. You know, I mean, you could just get a regular box and then insulate it with something that absorbs sound. Actually, one of the best things you can use is ceiling tiles, like for business, you know, that they use in businesses. The cheapest thing that works okay. They're somewhat similar to acoustic tiles. They do absorb sound. That's one of the reasons I use them in those buildings. I've got one in my room right now behind my my big 10-inch speaker with a tweeter to keep the bass from going through the wall and bothering my mom. Her room's on the other side. Now there's Fedora magazine. Look at that. It's instant. So my whole problem, I thought that I had about decided that the 200 megabits, there was so much crap on the internet that even though I got 200 megabits, nothing will come in. I haven't seen that do that, and I don't know when. You click on something, it's just about instant. That's the way. When I first got 3 megabits, it was that fast, but you know, there wasn't so much crap on web pages back then. I'm just randomly clicking on stuff. Now here's the Red Hat. This is the granddaddy of, or the papa, or whatever you want to call it, the mama of Fedora Linux. That's who makes it. They do enterprise server stuff. And actually, they used to couldn't get any Red Hat stuff for free, and now you can join it, the developer program, and you can use their server stuff for free. I think there's some things you don't get for free, but there's a bunch of interesting links in there I'd forgotten about. Open clip art and all these things. It's not secure. Why? It's only good for openclipart.org. Well, that's where it says it is. Bad cert, bad domain. Well, it shows to be at openclipart.org. I don't care. I mean, sort of to give it. Well, I can give it a I can do it because it'll just gonna go away the next time this is a live system. Even if it was malware, it wouldn't do anything unless it could get into the. Well, I don't have my hard drives accessible, so it couldn't get in the boot sector of the hard drive either. So. I don't know if I've ever been to that site. Free sound. That's the other thing I got 2 more spots where I can put cards without having to buy another riser card. So I've got several sound cards. Hopefully they're pretty old, but PCI sound cards. But hopefully one of them will work for a sound card. I have 2 USB sound cards, but I've tried. They're kind of noisy. They're not real great. They were only like $2 when I bought them. They're kind of cost. You can still get them, and they cost more than that now. But audiobooks. Oh, okay. This is sound. I didn't ever. Yeah, see the browser. I need to set the browser up to. I'm having to go to. I need to set the fonts to much bigger than that. I'm going to go to 170%. Hit Control Plus and Control Minus to make them bigger, but. 1960s landline phone. What is that? Oh, I don't have any way to play sound on here, unless I plugged in one of those, and then have to. Actually, I do have a cable where I can plug it in. Do I have one laying here? I think they're put away. Yeah, I'd have to get them out. I'm not even sure where they're at. So I'm tired, and I'm starting to just fiddle. I'm completely forgetting what my purpose was here. Fedora docs. There's Fedora 32 documentation. Okay, so yeah, I'll show this. You could, like, if I was going to use, this is Fedora 29, I'm not going to install it, but when you have a live Fedora, or most Linux distros, it'll usually be a link right on the desktop to install. I'll see how fast it opens up. I bet it'll open up pretty fast. I don't even have a drive to install it to, but yeah, that is not quieting down. I was trying to think of some app. So it's just like earlier when I opened up the net install. It's just different colors because it's a different version. Seems to be less. Well, there's less options. Yeah, there is less options because all the software is already on the USB stick. You don't get it from the internet. It does install faster this way. So you, like, I'd always do the host name, set the time, set to New York. I set it to Chicago is Central Time. That's where I'm at in Central Time. And destination, there's no disks, so it'd be the same thing. Yeah, LUN, multipath devices. Yeah, it's just like, I think there's a few more options in the server, the 32 server one. Yeah, several more options, but of course I'm just gonna set up some RAID, 1 or 2 RAID arrays, and quit. It'll go back to the live operating system this time because anything else I want to open up? Let's open up Blivet GUI again. That's awesome. Now you see it was sluggish before with that onboard video because it's only 64 megabyte, and that's not enough for Fedora. But with this video card, I was wanting to see something that would show the specs of the video card. I guess I'd have to. That's the only thing I can think of is their driver that would show that. Because I looked in the video display right away, and it just showed the size it was set at and stuff. That's just the SDA cruiser pattern. And then if I go into, yeah, I've definitely got to get this thing to where I can use it every day, all day, instead of this whole. I realize how slow that thing is now, the one that I'm the Lenovo i5. It's got to where I get so aggravated I can hardly stand it. It's like it was. It's actually might be worse than it was on the dual core before I got the 4-core. But yeah, there's no other drives in the system or anything. This is the USB stick I'm running off of. Now, if you put an SD card in there, it shows up right away, and you can install to it without doing a RAID array or anything, if I remember right. I know I booted to the SD card. I put Fedora on one, but I didn't have. Well, the only thing I have that has a built-in SD slot is that other laptop, the Dell 1525 that Mom's using, and I didn't want to go in there and use that, so I used a SD card adapter to USB. And when you write them that way, I think it gets some of the addresses of where files are and everything wrong, because there are quite some differences between the way drives are handled. When the system thinks it is a USB, it thinks it's a USB drive when you put it in a USB adapter. So then when I went ahead and took it out of the adapter and put it in the SD card slot, it ran, but it was running kind of funky. So I think it was Fedora 29 that I did that with. So yeah, if I was going to use an SD card, then and what I was using was a micro SD, with an adapter. That doesn't hurt. That's not the problem. But I stuck that in a USB adapter, I have a little USB adapter that will take micro SD cards. I used that, and of course I could have plugged it in into the USB slot inside. Okay, well, I'm going to shut it down and go see how warm everything is. And go back to my normal machine. If I can get it to wake up. See, I've still got my preview playing up there. Just make sure everything's okay. Yep, still going. Oh, I thought it wasn't waking up. It's because I'm still on DVI. See, that's why I actually don't like using that, because I always forget. So, come on, mouse. I think maybe yeah, it didn't take. Sometimes you got to go off of it again and go back. But I can't hit the right spot. That's way too loud like that. I have to figure out what's causing that. If it can be, would have to be fixed. Couldn't stand it. But I'm going to go ahead and try running the security cam again. Maybe it will work okay. It was either using up too much memory in this machine, or the security cam itself was getting overwhelmed. I've figured out that they do get overwhelmed. They're not super powerful machines, and they're running camera and web server and recording. Well, I don't have an SD card in it, so it's not recording any video. But the other one, it will. I've got it recorded in H.265 at the biggest resolution. These are 5 megapixel cameras, and it's recording. I don't remember what size it is, but it's 22 or 25 something. It's big, and 10.3 gigabyte. That's a big file. I've been going 5 hours and 5 hours and 55 minutes. That's a long time. So let's go over there and look it over and see how hot it is now. Okay, I'm going to close this player up there on the laptop so that it doesn't get out of whack. Okay, that's not really what I expected with it making such noise. But I figure there's a way to fix it, hopefully. I think I'll go ahead and take out that USB stick so I don't accidentally bump into it and break something. Sticking out of the front there. The only thing sticking out of the front. Okay, so, oh, yeah. Got that all going and then got off of it, didn't I? Okay, now it should be okay. I closed my preview up there, so I can't tell. Let's see. Those power supplies get pretty hot. I didn't really think they'd get that hot. Well, that might have been what was the fans were running so hard on. Video card's pretty warm. That's not, yeah, that is plastic. I think it might be not just regular plastic. I think it's a heat sink. It's pretty warm. So that video card was definitely making some heat. So it is going to add to the heat, but it's also the only way this thing is usable as a desktop. I had originally thought I'd get like a 1 or 2 gigabyte, you know, but the prices have gone up on them so much that it was just ridiculous. Pay $75 for, you know, 2 or 4 gigabyte. Actually, the 4 gigabytes were 100 something, 120 or something, 125, 130, I think. And this one was marked down a little bit when I got it. Can't remember for sure now, but I think it was around 175 for 8 gigabyte. So that's why I went ahead and got it, and why I decided, you know, and ended up. At first, I was just going to use the power supplies that came with it, but I got worried about them being able to handle it. So I got these ones I just put in tonight. It's going to be fine. It's just going to make. I got to get it to quit running the fans so hard like that all the time. And I got to. And I am going to have a way to get the heat out of this room that it's going to make. I may put it in the closet, but of course you can't just bottle it up in the closet without a way for the heat to get out, and it'll overheat and act up. You better to put it in the garage than to do that. So, but see, I can't put it off far away like that. If it was in the closet, say, I'd probably have to, unless I bought some USB cables with repeaters, you know, with power supplies built in. I think they have some that you can, I don't know if you plug them in or what, but, you know, to a power supply, but you can run, to run as far as it would be. Well, you can see how far, kind of see how far it would be. That's about 12 feet from the monitor to the inside the closet, more than 12 feet. This room looks to me like it's about 12 feet wide and then into the closet. So I'd probably have to buy a 15-foot USB to get over here to the KV. Sorry, I'm losing it again. So, anyway, I'll think I'll talk about it next time.
But this is how I want it. Originally, when I first bought it, I thought, well, I'll probably put it in the garage, run it as a server, and then put virtual machines on it. But then I realized, well, heck, it's going to run like crap over over the network. And I'll still be stuck with that machine that can't handle anything. So then I thought, okay, this is going to be my desktop. And if I run a server, I'll run the server on a virtual machine. But I also didn't figure I could have it running 24/7 because of the noise and heat. But when I first booted it up, it wasn't noisy really, unless it was, you know, like when it was first booting up, stuff like that. But now that I put that video card in there, that's noisy. It could be that those fans that are on here were making all that noise that are on the video card. I don't think you could take them off. As hot as that thing is now, you know, when it had the fans on it going, because I'm sure they were going. At least the one in the back, I could tell. I could stick my endoscope up there, and I bet I could see them. Next time, I might do that. Okay. Cough drop stuck in my teeth. Well, I'm tired. I'm just going to leave that cover off for now. And I'm just going to go ahead and unplug that. That's kind of a little precarious there. And we'll get to shut down this stream. And oh, yeah, that's even. That'll be good enough. Okay. So there we go. It only took 6 hours and 3 minutes. Events occur in real time. To do all that, whatever it was I just did for 6 hours. Hey, I got that video card in there. It's running. Just needs some tweaking, I think. Get it to not. I'm not going to get it to make any less heat, but I can get it to make less noise, I think. There are settings I've seen in the BIOS for the fan, for the cooling settings, and I don't remember what it was even on. Might have been. I don't think it was on performance, like the ones that would make it the loudest. I think it was like the second to the highest. But I don't want to. I've seen in some well, actually, it was people's comments on. Morton made a video, and he got an HP server. It was a 1U rack server. He did some tests. We were showing that it wasn't loud. He was surprised that it wasn't very loud, and he was doing CPU tests. And a bunch of people, or others, you know, either server enthusiasts or they're IP people, working IP like him, and they said, well, you check your you know, your fan settings in the BIOS. They're probably set on the lowest, the lowest power usage, and that will make the CPUs throttle down real far. Because he knew he's tested a lot of CPUs and swapped them and stuff a lot, and he was like, they should do better than that. They're not great, but they should do better than that on the tests. So then he came back in another video and he says, well, their comments were right. He said, yeah, I just messed up. Didn't think about it. So then he turned it up, you know, another notch or two. Then it was louder. Still not real bad. But he didn't have I don't know if he might have put a video card in it, but didn't leave it in it just to show it could be whether it could fit or not. Or he just kind of showed, yeah, it looks like it'll fit, and he didn't do it. Anyway. Maybe that's all I'll have to do is change the fan settings, I'll say. Cooling settings. But that didn't run very long, but it's cooling down now, but it was pretty darn warm. See, in the server like that, it doesn't have it's got plenty of room underneath, but on top here, it's right up against, there's a hole there, but the lid goes there, so we saw it a while ago. But, oh, those CPU coolers are cool, just very cool. So, I don't think it would, I don't think that since there's plenty of fans in the machine, and I've got 2 deals open for plenty of air to go out, I don't think it's going to overheat and damage it or anything. But, yeah, it's hanging down more now, I think, than it was when I first. No, it's the same. Maybe I just didn't look at it that way. It's definitely hanging down over on the other side, other side from where it's hooked on. I would really like to have that bracket on it, I think, to help stabilize it, and leave that wire on the back, so that the back don't stress the connector, the PCI connector, and the board, the circuit board of the video card. Because, they're generally, no, they usually do lay that way. I started to say they're generally up and down like that, but no, they usually are that way in most machines. Well, anyway, I'm pretty happy except for the noise that it was making just now. Get that figured out, it'll be great. And looks like with that in there, it's maybe putting out a whole lot more heat than it already did. So, I have to figure out a way to get the heat out of this room that it's going to make. And if it's too noisy, I'll have to, put it in the closet or get a box for it, put it up in the rack. It might be easiest to. One thing I like about having it in the rack is if I want to plug it, like I use this camera. It's I need to plug in the USB to the computer that I'm going. When I stream, I want to be plugging it. I don't want it plugged in all the time. Just plug it in when I need it. Definitely don't want cables running across the room. I'll trip over them, break everything, and break my face if I hit something, fall on my face. So the rack's probably the best thing for me, but as far as ergonomics, and I thought about it for many years about building some sort of thing you could put up in the window and then shut the window on it and have a way to well actually the best way with these kind of windows is get the window shut to where you're going to leave it and then cut you a rod exactly the width that fits between the back of the window and the wall on this side, and then it can't be opened without breaking that rod, breaking the window or something. That's pretty simple to, lock it up. But it wouldn't making something to put up in the window. It has to be the whole height of the window, so that it. It's kind of like when you put in a window unit air conditioner or something. You got to close all the gaps, but you don't want something that looks like crap, And you don't want when it rains, the water to come in. So I was thinking of making a P-trap, basically a reverse P-trap. It'd be going up, like probably PVC pipe going up, and then turning and coming back down at least about so far, so that. The rain can't go back down, and you definitely don't want rain coming in and coming right into your box, coming in the back end of your server, but you don't coming in the house at all. And I just never tried to do anything like that because I thought about just doing it by just mounting PC fans in it, like big PC computer fans, like those 120 millimeter fans, 1 or 2 or whatever, to just put it up high to blow the heat out of the room. But with this, if it's going to be loud, then I would want it to come out of the box, and
and send it the heat and the and the noise on out of there. And you're gonna have to cover it with something like screen wire or something to keep bugs from crawling back up through there. And if it's it really, to do any good, it's going to need to be 3 or 4 inch ductwork, like dryer vent size. So then you could have critters crawling through that. So you're going to have to cover it. So that's kind of why I thought, well, heck, that's getting pretty involved. And to try to make it not look goofy outside there, it'd be a lot easier to put it in the closet. And no vents or ductwork or anything, just well, I mean, no ductwork needed, just one vent up in the ceiling. You could get one with I would get one with a fan that turns on when the temperature gets high, you know. Either buy one like that, or you can buy these sensors you can just plug into a AC outlet, and it turns on at a certain temperature and turns off at a certain temperature. I've seen them online. You can buy all different temperatures, you know, for cold or hot or whatever you want. And then just it's just you know, it plugs into a socket, and then it's got a female socket, so you can plug whatever device you want plugged in there. So that'd be a simple way to do that. So anyway, now I'm happy that I got that done, and everything works, so I don't have to worry about sending it back. I was hoping everything would work, and you know, but at least I found out. Well, it's the second now, so this is my last day. I started to go, so well, I'll show you this stuff, you know, but I showed it before, and I need to quit. I can't even talk hardly anymore. So that's 6 hours and 12 minutes now, plus counting. Okay, so. Well, I'm happy. Several times I've tried to do anything, I've just been going in circles and not getting anywhere, and finally actually got somewhere on this one. Not finished, not anywhere near, but I got somewhere. Okay. And this is also my favorite project, the one that I really want to do. You know, there's got other things that I needed to do, and then like the camera that I've been using here, it's supposed to be outside, and I haven't got it hooked up. I bought it a lot long after the other one that's outside, and I haven't, mostly it's because my health gets down a lot, and then when I do feel good, I've got 50 things literally, you know, that I need to do, and I pick one or the other, and then when things don't go well, maybe I work on it a day or two, and then I get feeling bad again for 3 days or something, or a week. That's what happened with this. I got started on it. I've been rolling this thing around. It's heavy, hard to move, and I've got other stuff that normally sits on that table. I have to set it over there on my bed. You might have seen some of it. To that big camera, magazines and just stuff, a lot of stuff. And anyway, I can only roll this by itself on the table. These little bitty wheels don't roll good on the carpet. Roll it back over here where I'm sitting when I'm getting ready to go to bed, and put all that stuff on top, and then anyway, back and forth. When I want to get on the computer, move it all that way. When I want to go to bed, move it all this way. So I would like to have that, but you know, I couldn't work on it like what I was doing just now. There's no way I could have done it. I was thinking about mounting it in the rack before I even got the video card. I'm glad I didn't do that. I thought, well, I can put it in there. It won't be hard to put in there. Right. Okay. Well, I'm going to go. And glad I successfully got an 8 gigabyte video card. Put in my HP DL, now I can't remember the letters. I think it's DL380 Gen 7. I know it's a Gen 7 server. All right.